What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? Hope everybody is doing well. Hope life is treating you well. Hope y'all ain't out there crying too hard. Man, I hope I ain't making y'all too mad. Man, y'all some funny ass dudes, man. Y'all some funny ass dudes. Y'all some not so smart guys. Dog, I don't care, man. What's up? What's up? What's up, Ray Patterson? All things. What's going on, man? Steven, what's good, man? Control LeGrew, what's up, man? Oh, I'm laughing, dog. These dudes out here tripping. Hey, you see? No, I didn't see Oscar, man. God dang it. What did Oscar say? Hey, Control LeGrew, put Oscar up there, man. Let me know what Oscar said, man. Yeah, I saw Devin doing an MMA interview, dog. Man, if you do not stop, dog. Man, if y'all don't, you old man, y'all don't stop this shit. Just stop. Dog, sometimes just stop. Okay, just stop and fight him again, man. God, dog, what you got to announce all this shit to the world for? What's going on, Kentrell? Daniel Gallimore, what up, man? Barbara, the beautiful Barbara D. Terrell, what up, man? All things, Gianni Legion, what's up? Gabe Toss, what's up? 21 track talk, what's good? Blessings to you. Mr. De La Cruz, what's going on? Winnie City Assassin, shout out to the Shy. Savage Boy, what up, man? What up, man? GM, what up, man? What up, Mike Biggs Boxing? The light-skinned dude in the building. Antonio Heaton, what up, man? If you know, you know. Y'all some not too smart dudes. God, dog, y'all are out here on a fucking ice lake, bro, in roller skates. Dog, y'all are out here trying to roller skate on a goddamn frozen pond, dog. You need blades, man. You need blades, not roller skates, dumbass. Oh, my God, man. What up, man? Hey, these cats talking about me bad, dog. These dudes trying to talk about me bad, bro. And doing a terrible fucking job of it. What's going on, George Gordon? Black Parent, what up, Terrell? Okay, GM, let me look at it, man. Let me see it. Let me see it. Hold on a second, man. Let me do this. Let me do something. Let me do something. Let me do something. Let me do something. What's today? Today's the 27th. Oh, yeah, I didn't do nothing with that yesterday. Let me see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. You put it in the chat, huh? Winner took all, dog. Winner took all. Man, this shit is over. That Four King shit is done. You guys out here saying dumb shit. What did he say? Hold on. You're pathetic. Hey, man. That nigga said, Devin, you're pathetic. You just, what do you mean I didn't pay you? You just don't sell. You're pathetic. You just don't sell. Man, God, dog, man. Will you stop talking? What up, LL Music? Oh, hell no. That shit is funny, funny, funny. Man, will y'all stop talking, dog? Hey, shout out to everybody else. Let me get all the way down to the end, man. That miss, hey, you're pathetic. Hey, man, he got all Mexican with it. That man said, hey, man, you're pathetic. Hey, I don't know. I don't know. Man, that shit's hilarious, bro. You're pathetic. Dog, he got all kind of East LA on that ass. You're pathetic. Fuck you. He said, fuck you. You're pathetic. You just don't sell. You just don't sell. What the fuck, man? What you mean I didn't pay your money? You just don't sell. You're pathetic. Fuck you. Man, Oscar De La Hoya, bro. Ooh-wee. Y'all need to fire your whole goddamn team. I'm just telling you. Look, man. Look, man. We're going to have some fun today. Okay? I don't usually do this, but y'all taking a lot of shots at me. Taking a lot of shots at me. Yeah, you are. Okay? Taking a lot of shots. About some shit y'all are dead wrong about. You're just fucking wrong. And I'm right. It's a fucking matter of fact. I'm all right. I'm right. I don't know if Roy Jones is training Spence or not. I don't know. I've heard that. I know they took a picture together. He's trying out trainers is what I heard. It could be a good choice, though. I think it'll be a good choice. Because he can learn some stuff. He learned some stuff from Roy. Roy's a great fighter, man. And he's been training people for a while, man. He's been training people for a while. I don't think he's ever had anybody that high profile, though. So, and he tried to tell him the entire time what was leading into what led into his defense and what he needed to learn and what he needed to see. So, I mean, I think that would be a good job. He said, pathetic, typical Mexican sound out of Los Angeles, second generation native. I'm telling you, dog, I don't know if you're Mexican or not, man. I don't care. I'm sorry, man. I don't mean to offend any Mexicans, but that shit is hilarious. You're pathetic. You're pathetic. Fuck you. Fuck you, Vato. Fuck you, Vato. Man, pinche pendeja. Dog, I don't even know what pinche pendeja means, dog. But God, dog. Oh, he said, I'm a Latino, but it's hilarious, dog. That man said, pinche pendeja. Fucking cabron. You're pathetic. You're pathetic. Dog, you just don't sell. Don't nobody fucking like you, man. You're so, hey, dog. Hey, he said, no offense taken, Fanon. That's that East LA, that's that East Los shit coming out. Okay, cool, man. All the East LA came out of his ass. Man, you're fucking pathetic. Pinche cabron ass, man. Viva la Mexico. Puta. The whole fucking 9, dog. The whole 9, dog. Look, man. Look. Oscar was in his head telling him what everybody knows. Devin is not a draw. Man, let me tell you, Devin's not a draw. Viva cabrones. Hey, man, if you don't get your ass out of here with that bullshit, you didn't get your money, dog. And man, will you fucking stop talking, man? Ain't nobody gonna forget you got your ass whooped. Dog, ain't nobody gonna forget that beating, dog. Ain't nobody gonna forget that. Look, man, didn't Haney say he wanted undisputed at 140? Man, look, man. You speak Spanish pretty okay. Now, I don't know, man. I'm just repeating some words I heard, dog. That's all I'm doing is trying to repeat them shit. Hey, man. Oh, man. Hey, I don't know, man. But let's hey, look, man. For real. Look, man. I don't want to talk about technical shit, but fuck boy, you don't know what you're talking about. How in the hell are you going to tell me that I don't know how to read rules? Not so, man, if you don't get your ass out my face, you barely literate fuck, ain't no goddamn way in the world you know how to read shit. Get the fuck out of here, man. Man, I can't believe that. Dog, I almost want to snap on that shit. Man, of all the things somebody ever told me to tell me I don't know how to read a regulation. From an ex-janitor, you better get your fuck ass the fuck away from me. Anyway, man, that's all I'm going to say on that shit. I saw that shit. Man, I couldn't believe that, dog. How in the... Man, no joke. You Negroes better never tell me I can't read. None of you. Okay? None of you. Of all the things you ever say about me, don't you ever claim that I don't know how to read a rule. What? Man, are you fucking high? Never mind, dog. I'm responding to that one. If you don't take y'all at, first of all, one Negro puts out there that something about me being gay because I'm right. And dog, if I was, so what? But I'm not. And fuck what you talking about. Second of all, dude, to say I don't know how to read to somebody that doesn't know how to spell, you don't know how to spell. Barely literate fucks can read well enough to get the street signs to where they're going. You better get, man, I'll have a reading contest with y'all any fucking day for money. I mean, I can't believe it. Man, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I was stunned. Somebody just sent me that little clip of me not understanding. I know you're talking about me. Bro, let me tell you something. I am better educated than every single solitary one of you. And I have a doctorate level of education in reading and writing rules. That's what a Juris Doctor is. Juris Doctor. Your bitch asses couldn't fucking make an argument in front of a fucking judge to save your life. You couldn't get through. Ain't no chance you could actually get through an affidavit and even understand what they're talking about if you can pronounce the words. Man, you come on, man. Come on, man. I don't even be wanting to talk about this shit because it's supposed to be in my former life. God, dog, you guys roller skating, man, in an ice rink. I listen to y'all, and y'all are like dudes who are trying to ice skate with roller skates. Like, do these dudes not know they need blades? Yes, it's skating, but it's not the same type of skating. Okay? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? What are you even talking about? Jeez. Man, I hope y'all guys don't go into your doctor's appointment like that. Hey, man, let me tell you something. I don't know what you think that big lump in that x-ray is. That big ass lump ain't no, that shadow ain't no, man, you get the fuck out of here, man. You illiterate fuck. You can barely spell. Can barely spell. I cringe every time I see half of y'all spell. You got a sentence structure of a fourth grader. Like, I mean, for real. Let's not even talk about the whole issue. Let's just talk about your general education level when it comes to everything. You got no intellectual credibility at all. None. That's like me trying to talk to a dope dealer talking about what I've slung, and I ain't slung shit. You ain't got no street cred. You ain't got no school cred. I can't believe it. I'm in there doing a public service. I'm doing a public service. Telling y'all for free what this thing says, what this thing means. And you out here stabbing yourselves. I told you when I saw the penalty. Didn't I tell you, dumbasses, when I saw the penalty, that this is a mighty light penalty? Shouldn't you guys be upset about this penalty? The fact that he's only got a year? He's got a year. He's only got 10 months. Hating service. T. Orlando. Dog, T. Orlando. Do you understand this fucking buffoon was talking about reading rules and not being able to read and understand rules? T. Orlando? Dude, T. Orlando. I was fucking amazed. I'm like, are you out your goddamn mind? It was driving a tour bus. Like, what the fuck? I used to see you walking around in a janitor's outfit. What the fuck are you talking about? Reading rules. Wording doesn't matter. The wording doesn't matter. Wording doesn't matter. Wording doesn't matter. Wording doesn't matter. This shit's embarrassing. That shit's embarrassing. Hell no. Let me tell you something, dog. Let me tell you something. And I mean this. And this is for any non-ignorant person. I read and write at the PhD levels. I read and write at the PhD level. That's my level of reading and writing. The PhD level. Not 12th grade level. Not college graduate level. PhD level. Reading comprehension. That's what I have. I can't dunk a basketball anymore. I can't, PhD hater. I can't dunk a basketball anymore. I ain't the best looking dude in the world. I got a crooked tooth right here. I'm bald headed. I got all kind of shit. I got a little belly. But one goddamn thing I can do, you fucking buffoons, is I can read my ass off. I can write my ass off. That's what I have. That's my skill. My reading comprehension is at the PhD level. Hell yeah, I got a dad bod, but I got a goddamn PhD level brain. And you know how I know that, you fucking buffoons? Because my wife is a PhD and I check her papers. I edit her papers for clarity. I double check her writing. I taught my wife how to write at the level, and she, for a living, reviews and edits PhD dissertations. You fucking idiot. Don't you ever in your goddamn life sit up there and tell a group of black people that meaning and words don't matter. I would put your ass so fucking far underneath a jail if I chose that profession. I am telling you facts. Ryan Garcia got suspended for failure to notify. And it doesn't matter if it was a plea deal or not, because if he took a plea deal, it's a plea and it's a deal. That means that's what it is. The definition is in the word, dummy. If I am arrested and accused of one crime, and they say, look, I want you to plead to a different crime, and I say, yes, I will agree with that one, guess what I got? Guess what my sentence was for? The second one and not the first. So it doesn't even matter. A plea deal is something that is real if you have a plea deal. And honestly, I don't even think this shit is a plea deal. I don't even think it's a plea deal. Honestly, I don't even think it's a plea deal. But I'm not a litigator, so I'm not going to go out on a limb and say, you know what, I don't even think this is a plea deal. I think a plea deal is something in a criminal court. And it is an agreement between the prosecutor and the defendant, and the judge approves it. In this case, it's the only charge they ever filed. Thank you, T. Orlando. It's a settlement agreement. It's not even a fucking plea deal. But I didn't want to say it. You know why I didn't want to say that, T. Orlando? I didn't want to say that because I was like, man, because I'm not a fucking litigator. You all are sitting there, dude. You guys literally are talking like you're judges because you got arrested. That's like claiming you're a doctor because you had surgery. Or you're a marksman because you got shot. Anyway, will y'all leave my name and heavy implications about me out your mouths and stick with the fuck you know? Okay? Just stick to what you know. I am so sick of you Negroes and others, mainly y'all, talking like you know what a contract is, talking about like you know what this means, like you can write them, like you can read them. And then when I come out here and do some shit I do not want to really even do, which is get into this stuff, you act like you know it to save face in front of people. You don't know it. You don't know it. Stop acting like you know it. Stop acting like you know it. You don't know it. And for you to tell somebody that the wording doesn't matter, well, guess what? The wording says he has to pay $10,000. I guess he doesn't have to pay the $10,000 because those words don't matter. When you get arrested and they put your ass behind them bars and the wording says you have life without the possibility of parole, I guess those words don't matter and you're going to be out in 6 months. When that judge writes down, we sentence you to death, I guess those words don't matter. Because what they're really going to do is give you is taking a Popeyes to get that new hot fried chicken Chipotle sandwich that they got. Because the words don't matter. It's a settlement agreement. Look, T. Orlando's the expert. I don't talk to T. Orlando about what T. Orlando understands better than I do. Yeah, plea deal for criminal matters, settlement agreement for civil proceedings. It's like the regulatory. This is like a regulatory proceeding, so it's kind of both. Yeah, the name matters, the name, whatever you want to call it. It's not the same. Regardless, though, please notice that I'm not talking to T. I'm telling you, man, for real, it's like children. Dude, just leave it alone and complain about what it is Ryan got sentenced for and call corruption. Y'all are so good about saying corruption. But your dumb asses want to be right so bad when you're wrong that you won't just say it's corruption. Just do the catch-all corruption shit. Yeah, 6 on one hand, half dozen the other. I agree to Orlando. That's why I didn't really argue about it. But look, just call corruption. Say, oh, this is corrupt that they didn't put that on his record. We want that on his record. That's what other families do when they get somebody for first-degree murder and they wind up getting, I don't know, reckless endangerment or something like that. Whatever the particular case, whatever they downgraded to. Nobody's saying that they couldn't possibly have negotiated this. But the fact of the matter is that what they negotiated is what they negotiated, and what they negotiated was this charge. And that charge is what that charge is. So when I said that he did not get suspended for PEDs, he got suspended for failure to notify them. I'm telling you the truth. I'm just telling you the truth. And you guys have a very bad habit of attacking people for telling the truth because you don't like the truth. I read the entire thing. And you guys insist on dumbing people down by acting like that's not the case. And what a disservice you do to the black boxing community by doing that. Because anybody with ears that can read and listen knows what it says. So either don't comment at all or call it corruption, but don't say what is on the paper isn't on the paper and I'm a liar and I'm a whatever that dumb shit you said was, because it's just fucking stupid. And let me tell you, I have no respect for you dudes' intelligence. None. Not a lick. Believe it. I'm a lot of things. Dumb ain't one. Believe it. And you already know it. So anyway, man, just fucking sit on that L. You guys said what he was going to get. You said you were happy with the fucking punt penalty. And I was the one saying that penalty was whack. I said that penalty was whack. I said it. Man, Rich Porter, I will read what the fuck I want to read. I'm going to read whatever the fuck I wanted to read, whatever I want to read, when I want to read it. I don't like the miseducation of the Negro. I don't like it. I don't like miseducating people that trust you. And there's a lot of buffoons running around here believing the shit y'all say. Panda Chill, let me tell you something, bro. Let me see something. Panda Chill. Panda Chill. I will get to the super chats. I am going to say what I want to say. What don't you get? I appreciate your super chat. But Panda, chill. They're all on a page, all 6 of them. I will read 6 of them in a row. Thank you very much. You guys got a funny way of wanting to break up what I'm talking about. Because this ain't just boxing. People like to call people coons and then tell other black people that reading doesn't matter. You have the same group of people that tell people that literally told fighters, don't worry about a contract. You don't even have to read the contract. Just sign it. They said that. The same people running around calling people coon told a fighter, don't worry about what the contract says, just sign it. And I told the fighter, you're out of your damn mind if you just sign that. You better go get you a lawyer, your own lawyer, not me, your own lawyer. I can read it. And I will tell you, this is what I would ask. This is what I would ask. This was what I was asked. But then you take your money that you got and you go hire an attorney, and not a cheap one, and have a consultation session, have him read it and have him tell you what he thinks. And ask him every question about everything you don't understand. Ask him the question. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be a part of you guys milking the shit out of fighters. It's not going to happen. Because you think I'm milking fighters' names by doing videos? Nah, bro, that's not how you get money milking fighters. The way you get money milking fighters is you tell them to sign this contract and don't read it. That's how you milk a fighter. You make them sign up for you for next to nothing and give you everything for next to nothing because he's 18 years old, 20 years old. He didn't graduate from high school. He can't read these words that you say don't matter. Oh, don't worry about those words. Those words don't matter. What? Let me tell you, son, there ain't a word on that piece of paper that don't matter. Not a word. There is not a single solitary word on that piece of paper that does not have meaning. And you better understand how every single solitary one of those words relate to every other one of those words. And it is, let me tell you, it is as difficult for someone that is functionally illiterate to deal with me in a contract negotiation as it would be for me to box Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury is going to beat the tar out of me, and I will beat the tar out of you with this. I will whip you to all over the place with this. All over the place. I will own you for the rest of your life in perpetuity throughout the universe. I will have you in a 360-degree deal that I can sell to anybody that I want to sell it to anytime. And you will have liquidated damages out of this earth because you don't know what liquidated damages are. I barely can have a conversation. I'm going to tell you, I can have a good conversation with T. Orlando. I ain't going to lie. But you better believe Don King's lawyer, oh my God, that monstrosity of a contract that I read of his, man, I needed to have a team of partners in there to get through that one. But okay, don't worry about it. Don't read. Don't read, boxers. Don't read. Anyway, Phenomenal Show said, Oscar just told us what we already knew. Ain't no back end, man. Ain't no back end. Oscar now going to not pay folk what they are owed after a very public Canelo fiasco, common sense. But here's the thing. With Canelo, he paid Canelo what he owed. The problem was, under the agreement that they had, the problem wasn't an exploitative agreement. Again, I bet you Canelo Alvarez doesn't read contracts well. So what he thought he should have got, when he thought he should have got more, he didn't. Because you read it, oh, you got what you deserve. You got what you deserved. However, we're going to let you out of this contract, though. We'll let you out of the contract. We'll settle it. Because there was an issue there. But the issue was not his contract. The issue was the contract between DAZN and Oscar. But, you know, you'd have to understand that, phenomenal Noop, in order to, you know, the words don't matter, though. Jose Lopez, a little something for your time and effort. Thank you, brother. Richard Porter said, Tank is a good fighter, but having a Mayweather stamp helped alleviate his star, whereas guys like Devin had to build from the ground. But if both great fighters, but two different come-ups, yeah, Devin had it easier than Tank. Yeah, Devin had an easier time than Tank did. What do you mean? Gervonta Davis was not even signed to a promoter for his first 10 fights. And there's a bunch of fighters that were signed to Mayweather Promotion. Badu Jack was signed to Mayweather Promotions, wasn't he? Yeah. Richardson Hitchens was signed to Mayweather Promotions, wasn't he? Yes. Jahan, shout out to him, Jhon. He's signed to Mayweather Promotions, isn't he? Yeah. Mickey Bay was signed to Mayweather Promotions, wasn't he? Yeah. Why didn't they become superstars? Why didn't they become superstars? Huh? You think Floyd Mayweather got in the ring and fought and excited the crowd? What about the fact that Tank Davis was already well known throughout the entire East Coast before Mayweather even knew who he was? How about that? How about the fact that people in Baltimore have been said that Gervonta Davis was packing fights when he was a kid, well before he got with Mayweather? What about that? Oscar De La Hoya is very, very well known. Canelo gets credit for, and he signed Canelo, but I never heard anybody give Oscar De La Hoya all the credit for Canelo. Oscar De La Hoya was a huge name too. Oscar De La Hoya ain't never created another Canelo. But guess what? Canelo was well known in Mexico already. So it seems to me that Floyd got a guy that was already well known in an area that was going to buy tickets for him in Baltimore that got a lot of people, and DC that got a lot of people. And he had been fighting all of these amateurs in the boxing community for years, and he was the man. That's why when you listen to the tape, the extended full tape of the Devin Haney, the Devin Haney Tank sparring, that they say, you can clearly hear him say about Tank, oh, I thought this dude was the next up. Y'all saying this dude was the next up. Also, didn't Devin travel all the way to Baltimore to go see him? And let's not also talk about the fact that Calvin Ford ain't no slouch as far as his popularity and how much he is known. Calvin Ford is well known in Baltimore and the DC area himself for way before Gervonta Davis got put on. What about Calvin Ford? And the fact that Calvin Ford had engaged his own reputation throughout Baltimore. My understanding is that Calvin Ford was a hellified street nigga. Which just reminds me, that's why Bill Haney keeps calling himself a hellified street nigga. To compete with Calvin, Coach Ford. Now, who's the more hellified street nigga? Him or Calvin Ford? I think it was Calvin Ford. And let me see. Let me make sure I know when this year. The Wire. The Wire came out in 2022, which was when Tank, how many years is that? 22 years ago. So Tank was 7 when that came out. Tank was 7. And Calvin Ford was already famous. Maybe it has something to do with Calvin Ford. Huh? Maybe. How about you give credit to Tank for what Tank accomplished and his team for what his team accomplished and the reputation that his team has? Thank you for that $10 holler, brother. Catching bodies early this morning, OG. I mean, honestly, man, I just can't. I just can't. I can't, dude, for real, man. I don't have a lot of patience for that type of shit. I mean, dog, arguing about some shit that's just obviously what it is what it is. And just putting a thin veil on insulting me about it. Dog, it's not my fault that the shit says what the shit says. Just say that's what it says. I'm the only one that reported it. So don't tell me that it ain't me y'all talking about, because I'm the only one to point it out. The media is not pointing it out because they're the ones that already put out a report saying that he was suspended for it. Because they heard from their sources that what the penalty was, but they didn't know what the charge was. And when I was like, hold on, man, this is not the charge. I'm the one notifying you that they cut a deal. You should be thanking me and saying, oh, no, this is such a terrible miscarriage of justice. This is a miscarriage of justice. The New York State Athletic Commission didn't even penalize him for using PEDs. They gave him some light failure to tell him. And all he did is get a year off, and a year doesn't even matter in boxing, and a $10,000 fine. Come on, man. And the $1 million, or it's not even $1 million. The media said it was $1 million, but it wasn't $1 million. What it was all of his proceeds from the fight, from what I can read, my interpretation of the reading, or let me say a depending on who you're talking about, a strict reading of the of what they wrote, of the order, would tell me if I was to be as punitive as I wanted to be, it would mean anything associated with it. If I wanted to be very, very restrictive, then I would say, okay, it's only about the purse. But it doesn't say $1 million in there. The only thing it says is the money. They filled in $1 million. So the media, and no disrespect to them, because they didn't have the full thing at the time, they didn't give you completely accurate information. They made several omissions. Oh, and probably omissions because they didn't have the information, not because they chose to omit it, but because they didn't have it at the time. Because Dan Rayfield, shout out to Dan Rayfield, released it on his Substack, which I pay for, and I highly recommend people pay for. Go to Dan Rayfield and pay Dan Rayfield the $5 a month that he does, because he's got great contacts. He works very hard. And in this particular case, he gave me great information. But you guys want to act like it didn't happen. That doesn't help Devin. I'm making an argument that is better for Devin than you are by saying that he got a light sentence and how mistreated Devin was because of it. But you guys want to make arguments that don't even work with your point. They don't even work. Like, who's helping you with these arguments? Who is actually sitting and talking to you and saying, hold on, do we really want to say that? Because you know, if you say that, these are the things that can come back to you. If you say that you're really happy with this particular punishment, you're pretty much saying you're okay with the fact that Ryan didn't even get suspended for what you said he did. Because he didn't. And then you want to say, well, it's a plea deal. Plea deals count. It's a deal. It's a deal. He pled to something and he agreed to do it. That's the only thing you have. If you plead to a charge in exchange for them not giving you life in prison without the possibility of parole and giving you 10 years with the possibility of parole after 5, you take the deal. Even if you didn't think you did it and you didn't want to, you took the deal. And guess what? That is your sentence. You can't say that your sentence is life. It's not. Your sentences or whatever it is, 10, whatever the first example I use, 10 years or, 15, life without the possibility of parole. But if you just go ahead and plead guilty to it, we will, and you don't make us argue this case, we'll reduce your sentence and we're going to give you 15 years with the possibility of parole after 5 with good behavior. Guess what? Those words matter. And it's a deal. That is your actual sentence. So you flip it to the other side and you say, well, and I suck at criminal charges. Trust me, I do. I am not into criminal law at all. So say first degree murder. Hey, we want you to plead to manslaughter. Guess what? When you plead to manslaughter, that's what you pled to. That's what they found you guilty of. That's a fact. So just like you can't say that a person that pled down a charge from first degree murder to manslaughter was really sentenced for first degree murder, you can't say that a guy that pled down a charge from life without the possibility of parole to 15 years with possibility of parole after 5 actually got life. Because it's the deal. That's the deal part of the word. You want to act like what you're looking for, you fucking moron, is that it's a technicality. He got off on a technicality. He negotiated himself out of that. Yes, say that. Because at least you have an argument for that. You guys make some of the worst arguments because you're always arguing over your pay grade. Argue in your pay grade. Okay? I argue within my pay grade. I am not about to debate Bob Arum about the business as it applies to boxing. Why? Because he's above my pay grade. I'm not about to argue with Terrence Crawford about the techniques used in a boxing ring to defeat an orthodox fighter versus a switch hitter versus a southpaw. You know why? Because his expertise puts him beyond my pay grade. You all want to constantly argue with people that know more than you do about facts that are facts. LR says, Super Chat Thursday. Thank you, brother. Kiki said, good morning. Blessings, my beloved. Man, blessings to you, sister. Blessings to you. Phoenix the Assassin said, DHP defunct as hell promotions. Thank you. Now, look, I told you that I was going to read the comment section. You can say he pled down to manslaughter. I don't know, brother. Oh, you're not talking to me, bro. Boxing Hacker want to argue with me about legal issues. Dude, Boxing Hacker, shut up. I will not argue with him about it. I will not do it. I don't get you. I don't get you. Why do you want to argue about things? The Dunning-Kruger effect. Yes, you know a little. See what Phoenix the Assassin is talking about is the Kruger-Dunning effect is when you know just a little bit about something, enough to have an opinion, but not enough to know about it to actually know when you're wrong. I'm telling you, to anybody, when we're talking about legal issues, bro, I do not have the big law firm experience, the clerking experience, that the litigation experience that T. Orlando has. And when I'm having a conversation with him, I understand that immediately, because I am honest enough about myself to admit things that I don't know. So let's get back on Gervonta Davis' success ruined Devin Haney. It did. It's ruined Devin Haney. Because there's such high expectations that, okay, watch this. Have you ever heard this? How y'all feel about Devin saying he wants it back in blood? Good. I like it. Timothy Stoudemire. I like it. I don't like the suing part. And I don't like that conversation about him saying he's a businessman. I don't like that. Because he's not one. Not in the sense that I think about it. Not in the sense that I think about it. What's going on, Ray Davis? I don't think he is. Not in the sense that I know. Not in the sense that I think about it. I honestly think that's the last thing that he should be doing. My personal opinion. He's not a businessman. He's a businessman. Exactly. He's a business. He's not a businessman. He's not. I'm not a businessman like that, really. But, okay. Franz Kafka, how do you feel it would be if Tank was signed to Top Rank as far as how the media would be praising him? I think the media is praising him now. Let me tell you, man. Brandon 404, let me put it this way. There's a couple guys that do what I cannot do. Okay? I'm going to name 2 YouTube channels. I don't usually do this, but I'm going to do it. There are 2 guys that do something very well that I cannot do. And since I can't do it, I know I can't do it, I don't try to do it. Okay? The 2 examples that I'm going to use, and this is no diss to either one of them, it is a compliment to both of them. Southpaw and Showbiz. I don't know what his whole channel is. Showbiz. The Adult. I think it's Showbiz the Adult. They do some things that I cannot do. Okay? I can't do it. If I tried to do it, I would come off so phony. I am not funny like Southpaw is. I'm not funny in the way that he is funny. I do not have the dry humor that Southpaw has. He can say something very, very funny with a straight face. He intends to be funny. Yeah, but look, you can say he's a next level hater. That's a talent. He's very creative. He's very creative. He does something I can't do. It's something I don't have the talent to do. And I recognize that. I can't be all over the top like Showbiz Boxing. I can't do it. You can say you can say what you want to say about him, but that dude does very, very good videos. He does good videos that you will watch from the beginning to the end. I can't be a jokester like other people can be. I can't do it. It's just not my personality. It's not my personality. I don't have that personality. My personality is much more cut and dry. You know, I'll crack jokes, but I'm just much more straightforward. You know what I mean? I'm just more straightforward. I can't do it. That's not my talent. But when people try to use my talent, my experience, they come off phony. You can't be me. If you want to talk about rules and regulations and all that stuff, you're going to come off very bad. Most people will come off very, very bad. You're going to come off bad because you're going to say a lot of things that are wrong. I'm just very analytical like that. You know what I mean? There's people that are more analytical, but that's what I mean. Like when I'm telling you what I'm reading and what I'm seeing in the contracts, that's what I really know. That's what I really understand. And if I didn't know and I didn't understand, they'd be clicking the link. You can't call me a coon and have that shit stick because there's nothing coonish about me. Hey, say, no, you funnier than you think. I mean, I got a sense of humor, but not in like a lot, not in my videos that I do, man. I be straightforward as a mug in them things, man. I'm straightforward as shit. Look, I'm just going to tell you, bro. I'll tell you what I think, what I don't think. I can tell you what your talent is. Certain people's talent is lying. Man, look. Anyway, like I said, that is what Ryan got suspended for. Is that Perrier? No, this is Topo Chico. You're pathetic. This is Topo Chico. Hey, you're fucking pathetic. You guys are fucking pathetic. You're not a draw. You don't sell. What do you mean? You got every dime you're going to get. You don't sell. Pinchy bendeja. Hey, anyway, man. So I read the comments. Now I'm going to put a link in the comments. I'll put a link. Your channel is great because it's facts-based and you're definitely unbiased and you know you're boxing. Thank you, Gervonta. Hey, look, man. I said, Mr. De La Cruz, look, man, I'm just going to tell you what I think. I'm not going to make some shit up. That man said rich man's water. Man, it's not that expensive. But I like drinking out of the bottle because it's like I'm drinking a pop or something. It's like I'm drinking a pop. You seen Shakur get rocked? Yeah, he got his head spun. Oh, that's Dominican water? I didn't know Topo Chico was Dominican. So this is black water? Where does it say it's Dominican? No, it's Mexican. It says Monterrey, Mexico. I drink tap. I ain't drinking no tap now. Especially no tap in Atlanta. You don't know what's going down them drains. Anyway. Oh, he said Topo Chico Mexican to say. I was about to say I thought it was Mexican. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Adrian. I was like, well, I thought it was Mexican like a mug. Hey man, it's the best water. I ain't gonna lie, dog. Topo Chico is my favorite water. Hey, Mr. Martin, you the GOAT and you are straight, black and white. Those two channels you mentioned, sir, are on the money that with what you're saying. It's Ben, Frank, son, phone, bro. Oh, that's what's up. Okay, thank you, brother. Hey, thank you, bro. I appreciate you, man. Brandon say, for non-state roasting my city. What city is that? Philly? It's because I got an unnatural amount of idiots coming out of Philly, bro. Hey, he said Fanon was going to stop drinking it when he thought it was black, but it's Mexican good to go. Hell yeah. I ain't trusting you, Negroes. No. If it was from Atlanta, Atlanta, hell yeah. I ain't drinking shit out of no tap water in Atlanta. You don't know what could be in that shit. Oh, my God. Can you imagine what is coming out of them pipes out there in Midtown? I ain't fucking with that. Hey, Jordan Salis in the building. What up, man? He said Dev is suffering from delusions of grandeur. Look, man. Let me tell you, man. Let me tell you something, dog. Hey, man, that shit, hey, hell no. You don't know what you're getting out them pipes. Like Mexican Coke, that's the difference. Oh, okay. Oh, I think the glass bottle makes all the difference. Yeah, I love the glass bottle. I can't lie, dog. It's cold in that glass bottle. I'm not drinking plastic. I like that, man. Hey, seriously. Thank you for everybody that supported on Super Chat Thursday, because it is an important day for the channel. What do you say? Your video yesterday got almost 50,000. Wow. How did you do it? I think that's a what? I think it's the title. Dude, I get 50,000. What do you mean? Everybody watches videos because of a title. How about people just listen to what and hear what I had to say? And I don't think and it wasn't yesterday. And I've gotten 50,000 video views before. That shit happens. What are you talking, man? I don't get you. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, y'all haters like the video now. Hey, no joke, man. Like for real. I get that shit happens every couple weeks, like every couple weeks. 50,000, that's not something unusual to get. Why y'all acting like that's a million views or something? Bro, let me tell you something. Malik Jones, get out of here, bro. Get out of here. Why are you counting my views? Why are you counting my views? And you have no idea what my views are. I mean, for real. You realize that all my videos are really one video? In 3 parts? What do you mean? Every video that I record does at least 35,000. You know why? Because I break them into 3 parts. Mr. Smart Guy. Mr. Not So Smart Guy. Caught a cramp. Hey, Mike on the mic with Terrence Belly said, Fanon raises his pinky when he drinks Atlanta water. You know that. Miss not, hey, dog. Hey, man. Let me get hey, thank you for the support in the Cash App. Today's lessons from Fact Check Fanon. Thank you. That was yesterday. Thank you. Barbara Davis said, y'all stop telling Martin how to run his platform, please. True, true, true. Look, man, let me tell you something, dog. All my videos do that. Because I do one video and I let them out in 3 parts. So when I count my numbers, I count all 3 of them. Do you know if you only release one video? I'm not even going to tell y'all because y'all dumb. Guess what would happen? I'm going to explain it to you. You know what would happen if I only did one live stream a week? The one live stream that I did every week or every 3 days would do more numbers. Don't give them the sauce, no worries. Hell no, ain't nothing stray about that shit. Hey, y'all stop. Hey, thank you, Barbara D. Look, I'm going to put this link in this chat for somebody who want to debate me, bro. I don't know why in the world you would want to, but we can do it. Okay? Stop counting my stuff. Because you don't know what it is. Super Chat Thursday. Thank you, Mr. Win. Dude, let me tell you, man. It ain't about the views. It's about the money. And the money and the influence. Let me tell you what it is. It's about the money and the influence. I'm more influential. Let me repeat. I am more influential than they are. You know why I say that? Because I can actually tell you the truth and give you an argument that makes sense, that is going to resonate with you and continue on. And then you're going to trust me for what I, not only the information, but for what I personally think. Views do not equal influence. Most influential people, you may not even know who they are. It's not about the views. It's about the money, because that's how the lights stay on. And it's about the influence. And you influence people by giving them something that is valuable. I am frying Devin Haney. And I am the number one. I am. Now, let me be real blunt with you. The reason that you guys are out there taking shots at me is because you have to take shots at me. Because you guys are trying to influence people for Devin. And I am trying to influence people against Devin Haney fans. And I'm winning. Easily whooping your ass. Easily. It's not even close. That's why you have other big outlets saying, hey, what's all this talk about Devin? That's why you keep calling me a Devin hater. Oh, it's him. It's just that he hates. It's that he hates. It's that he hates. It's that he hates. Just admit you hate. 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 Ad hominem. Ad hominem. Attacking me. Attack him. You know he's wrong. He's just a hater. Don't listen to him. I got to address him. Sitting there looking mad as shit. Trying to cover up the fact that you built like a weeble wobble. Weeble wobble where we don't fall down. That's what you don't like. I get it. I know. Anyway, Oscar De La Hoya coming out dressed in a Stafford shirt, Dickie pants, and Nick Cortez. They deserve it all at all, and you are not giving them a chance to with straight up honest. Yeah, dude, so stop, man. Just leave me alone. Stop trying to read stop trying to look at numbers. That's why Devin Haney is not a draw, because you keep thinking every time somebody talks about him, it's a good thing. No, it is not. Nope, your fan base is starting to cross over. Hey, what do you mean my fan base starting to cross over? Hey, dog, I can tell you I had some young Mexican dudes around here. I'm like, man, there's some Mexicans around this joint. We're not against boxing. We're against boxers, but we're against those Haneys. Man, I'm telling you, man, look, dog. You guys made a goddamn mistake, dog, thinking that everything is good. No, Devin said some shit that was stupid, and you won't tell him. You won't tell Devin that he's wrong. You won't argue with him. You won't argue with him. You won't say, look, man, is it really smart for you to sue Ryan? Damn, no. What are you talking about? Write your shit. Put it in there again. Put it in there again. Like, you won't tell Devin the truth. Do you really think it's smart to sue Ryan? I still believe Christian. I believe Christian is Devin's lawyer. I still believe that. Or let me put it, I highly suspect, I think there's about a 60% chance that Christian was Devin's lawyer. Because he ain't come back since I said counselor. And he's out there in California. I think that's his lawyer, bro. Because he's way too much into boxing. And he's very wealthy, because you can see from his house that he was very wealthy. I still think that was Devin Haney's lawyer that I cooked. Because, bro, I will definitely cook a lawyer. You couldn't cook a lawyer to save your life. Let's just be real. You all could not cook a lawyer to save your life. All right? Not to save your life, you couldn't do it. No way. Man, I think that was his lawyer. I think it was, because he was definitely a lawyer, and he was definitely pro Devin as shit. And he definitely got mad as hell, and he definitely stopped talking as soon as I said counselor. He stopped showing up. He stopped showing up. So I suspect that it is. He's definitely a lawyer, overly interested in boxing and overly interested in Devin Haney. But whatever the case is, Ro, look, man, why don't you just tell Devin to don't worry about suing Ryan? That's a bad business decision. It's just a bad business decision. I don't like that business decision. I don't like that. Not all doctors and lawyers were A students. No, they weren't. I wasn't an A student. I mean, I got A's, but I wasn't an A student. You can be a B student. Although I will tell you, most doctors were A students. Lawyers, maybe not. Doctors, they were probably A students. It's hard for me to conceive of a doctor that's not an A student. Lawyers, no. You can skate through. You can skate through for a while and still be a lawyer. But you're not. I'm going to guarantee you T. Orlando's ass was an A student. T. Orlando, certain types of lawyers were definitely A students. T. Orlando strikes me as definitely an A student because of the opportunities that he got. You're not going to be clerking for judges and all that shit out of law school without being a student. You can chase some ambulances without being an A student. You can be a criminal prosecutor without that. But I don't know about in like top level law firms, you're probably an A student. You're probably an A student. Well, look, man, I wanted somebody to come up and click the link though. It's Super Chat Thursday, man. Thank y'all for y'all support today. For real, it's needed. Facts, grades can open doors. Yeah. But I was never an A. In law school, I was an A student. I was an A, B. Well, actually, we didn't have A's and B's, but most of them were A's. Most of them were A's. I had good grades in law school. I had better grades in law school than I did in undergrad, and way better grades in undergrad than I had in high school. Oh, Phoenix Assassin, I went to computer science. Being Nigerian, I had no choice about being an A student. Yeah, you were too. I can tell you were. Yeah. Who do you like on this fight card, Fanon? Which fight card? What fight card are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about the Bam. Are they fighting this weekend? Bam Rodriguez and them fighting this weekend? Let me look at the fight card. Let me answer that. Bam. Okay, let me see. Hold on, let me look in my trusty Boxing Showtimes app. Oh, Fulgrim's fighting today. The first two. I wouldn't mind watching. I'll probably watch this Ramallah Ali fight too, but I'm not really familiar with the Arturo Papoca and Danny Flores. I'm not familiar with that. But I always like to see Sonny Edwards fight. I always like to see Sonny Edwards fight. I knew he was going to lose to Bam, but I like Sonny Edwards, man. I think he's a good fighter, very fun to watch. Juan Francisco Estrada and Bam Rodriguez. Obviously, I got Bam in that fight. I like those two. I'm not the prelims. The Muratala. Oh, Muratala, is that the now? That's not the real Muratala. That's a different Muratala. Muratala Fontes, Fabian Rojo, Danny Gonzalez, Leonardo Rubalcava versus William and Filnoy. I'm not familiar with the undercard fighters, but I like the fighters that I would watch. I would watch Ramallah Ali. And I would Sonny Edwards versus Adrian Carell. I rocks with that fight. And obviously the big one that I'm really looking forward to. And I forgot it was this week. So how much could I have been looking forward to it? I'm liking the Juan Carlos Estrada and Bam Rodriguez. Yeah. Bam, man, I rocks with Bam. I rock with Bam. Bam is probably Bam and Brandon Figueroa, man. Bam and Brandon Figueroa. I honestly want to see Monster. I want to see Monster Inoue fight Brandon Figueroa. That's a fantasy fight for me. Is Brandon Figueroa and Monster Inoue. Preferably in the United States. But if he goes to 120, if he goes to 126, I want to see him fight. I want to see him fight Omar Figueroa. Because if his power don't carry up to 126, he's going to get his ass whooped by Brandon Figueroa. Like, no joke. Like, if his footwork ain't on and popping, he going to get his ass beat up by Brandon Figueroa. That crack better be 100% there, or Brandon Figueroa is going to cause him all kind of problems, bro. All kind of problems. If he ain't able to spark, man, that guy can be trouble, bro. Espinoza, the WBO world champion versus Inoue is better. I don't know, man. I don't know. Hold on. And I hate that let's leave that alone. What is that? Featherweight? That's featherweight. How in the world they still got, no, they must not change these. Let me see. I don't know if I've seen Espinoza fight. I can't believe they got fucking Nick Ball. Get the fuck out of here, that Nick Ball shit. They got Nick Ball over Brandon Figueroa. Brandon Figueroa will beat the piss out of Nick Ball. And Vargas. And Laywood. I don't know about Lopez, but Brandon Figueroa, I got Brandon Figueroa over all these dudes. Except for I haven't really seen Espinoza. What was this American flag they got here? Oh, that's it. Okay. Yeah, anyway. All right. Oh, yeah. Espinoza Robesi Ramirez. Oh, him, the tall dude. Yeah, the dude that ain't gonna be in that weight class very long. Since Devin is taking a year off from boxing, perhaps he should start his own YouTube channel. No Diddy. He already got his own YouTube channels. Multiple. Anyway. Okay, we'll see. Fight Figueroa. Fight Figueroa. I'll take Figueroa. Fight Figueroa then. We'll see when they fight him. Fight him. I'll take him. First of all, let me tell you, I'm rocking with Brandon Figueroa. I like how he fights, and I've seen him fight live several times. Figueroa was a weight bully, if you say so. If you say so. Oh, Mad Manny, what up, man? Say good morning, Fanon and the chat. Good morning to you. Oh, Mad Manny, thank you, brother, for that support on Super Chat Thursday. What about Shushu and Figueroa? I mean, depends on where Shushu is in his career. I'll take Shushu. I'll take Shushu. But Shushu's not listed in the top 10 by the Ring magazine. I don't even think Shushu. I thought Shushu was a 122. But if Shushu's 126, I mean, Shushu's probably the most talented, but we'll see. I'll probably take Shushu, though, if the fight happens. I'll take Shushu if the fight happens. Anyway, man, here's the link to Southern T, who said, look, none of y'all want no smoke. I know. You just want to talk bad about me, but don't act like you got a job. So you can click the link, homie. If I'm that easy and I'm lying, you should easily be able to click this link and prove that I lied. Figueroa is pretty tall for those. Yeah, he's like 5'9". Yeah, since I'm lying, you guys should easily be able to click this link and prove that I lied. I've got $500. If you can prove to me that Devin Haney got hit with 25 consecutive, that Gervonta Davis threw 25 consecutive punches against Devin Haney in that sparring tape, Theo $10. I'll bet you. Yeah, I'm fucking with you, man, but leave me alone, bro. Fucking bug off. What's your thoughts on the Tio fight? Teofimo is fighting. I didn't even pay any attention to Tio because Tio talking crazy. Tio's talking crazy, bro. Tio said, I don't know where Tio's head is, man. Tio just be saying shit that's bananas. Tio says a lot of stuff that's just bananas. Oh, I'm not caring about this. I got Tio, but he's being active. Well, let me see what the card is. The card. Oh, Robesi Ramirez. Okay, cool. Nico Ali Walsh. Cool. Santana Valdez. Elvis Rodriguez. Okay, I'll check out Elvis. Man, bro. They got a. Where's this at? This in Florida? This must be in Florida. Okay, this is in Florida. Oh, man, give me Teofimo Lopez versus Steve Claggett. Give me Tio in that fight. I can't say that I've seen Claggett fight that much. Oh, he's gonna get his ass whooped. He's gonna get his ass whooped. I'm looking at the record. I think he's gonna get his ass whooped. I just look, but I don't know a lot about him. Look, dude, let me tell you something. I'm gonna ban you. First of all, I'm gonna ban you. I'm gonna ban you because you're spamming me. Southern T needs to show his ass up. You said Sugar Ray Leonard was no legend. Is that true? That is not true. And you're banned. First of all, I faintly remember a conversation about it. About talking about what a legend is. And I said, is he legendary? How many people are truly legendary? I remember blatant base. I remember the conversation very I don't know, was that 3 years ago or something like that? We had a conversation about that. And he said I put him off for that? No, or I didn't let him up? Dude, I don't know what that bullshit he's talking about is. If you want to talk about whether somebody's a legend or not, it's subjective. Just subjective. Is he a legend? What do you mean by a legend? Is he somebody that is very well known and has a lot of respect? What's your definition of a legend? I don't know what your definition of a legend is. But he had legendary fights. Is he an all-time great fighter? Yes. He's one of the best fighters I've ever seen. Yes. Okay? So it depends on whenever you ask me something that is an opinion, I ask you for your definition of the word. What do you mean by a legend? Like a strictly meaning a legend? As in like there's a legend of Sleepy Hollow? Some old story that is probably steeped in allegory? The legend of Sleepy Hollow, like that, like he's somebody that people are mystical and we don't really know if it's true. In that sense of a legend, no, he's not a legend. He's a real person. If you mean in the sense that he is known to be is he historical? Is he historically significant and one of the greatest fighters with one of the greatest reputations ever? Yes. But if you ask me, is he legendary? And we're having a conversation about what do you mean by legendary? Because there are people saying Devin is legendary. He has a legendary, does he? Is Andre Ward legendary? Is Floyd Mayweather legendary? I mean, we can have a conversation about it. But whenever you give me something that's subjective, I'm going to ask you for your definition. But let's get to the real fact. Dude is a straight coward because he talked all that shit about proving to me that I was cap. And he don't want to talk about nothing related to what we were talking about. He wants to hide behind some conversation that we may or may not have had 3 years ago. When the reason why you said you wanted to talk to me was because I was lying about Ryan Garcia getting not being suspended for PEDs. You don't want to talk about what the subject matter is. You want to talk about some shit that I barely remember from years ago. Is he legendary? Oh, he was definitely legendary. Dog, he's not. If I say somebody's legendary, I can't believe I'm doing this. Because this is the stupid conversation we had, I'm sure. Remarkable enough to be famous, very well known. If that's your definition, yes, he's legendary. His wisdom in matters of childbirth was legendary. Remarkable enough to be famous, very well known. Of, described, or based on legends, legendary. So if you say that was Shakur was his career legendary? Hey man, it's remarkable enough to be famous and very well known. Yes. By that definition, so is Andre Ward. Nah, maybe he's not. But whatever, man. Jones Bones. Leonard versus Mayweather Jr. Who would win? Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather. I would take Sugar Ray Leonard over Floyd Mayweather. I would take Sugar Ray Leonard. Boxing Savage says, Brooklyn Savage said, what some documentaries about boxing history? Go to Blood Boxing, Retro Boxing and Documentaries webpage, YouTube page. You want some documentaries about boxing history? Go to Retro Boxing and Documentaries. Has some great ones that he makes. Great documentaries that he makes. I got Sugar Ray Leonard. In 12 rounds. I got Sugar Ray Leonard in 15 rounds. I think he's too big. I think Sugar Ray, scrapbook boxing as well. Yeah. Definitely scrapbook boxing. I just think he's too big for him. I think he's too big. That's going to be a lot of problems. Sugar Ray Leonard, I think, is just too big for Floyd. I'm not saying that Sugar Ray Leonard is a better fighter. I'm just saying I think he's too big. Yeah. If you're looking for documentaries, go to Retro Boxing and Documentaries. He's great documentaries, a lot of them. And they're long and they're detailed. Anyway, here's his link again, because I appreciate us talking about other things. I do. Pimp of the Sea, I knew it. What did you know, Pimp of the Sea? Floyd at 45 versus Devin, who you got? I don't have him. According to it means very famous, notorious, but still, that's a definition that they give. So what's your definition? And people ask me a lot of silly questions, so I'm going to look at it from both sides. Anyway, man, that's enough of that. Southern T, where are you? You talk all that smack and you didn't show up. Nobody has clicked the link today. I get more shit talked about me for somebody that nobody wants to actually talk. One Boxing Savage, where are you at? I don't even see you in the comment section today. Where are you at? Where are you at? You guys talk so much. When I say let's talk, you got time to type. All day you'll type. But when it's time to actually have what you say is such an obvious conversation, you don't want to have it. You don't want to have it. Yeah, he beat up Floyd's father. Yeah, he did beat up Floyd's father. He stopped Floyd's father. And if you did not notice how much bigger Floyd's father is than he, look at the size difference between them. Martin, you scared them all away. I mean, look, man, Barbara D, because my ass whooping of Claymore Rain was legendary. As was my ass whooping of several other people that got cute once. Don't think that I forgot that you got cute once and once only. Oh, you'd be surprised how many YouTube channels started off just like Claymore Rain. Which is why I stuck a fork in them as deep as I could get it. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. That's why I'm not ever taking it easy on none of you. Unless I like you. But if I don't like you, oh, you're going to come out missing a chunk of flesh. Because before, I didn't know that people like to debate. I didn't really get it because you guys I just thought y'all were dumb. No joke. I just thought you guys were kind of dumb. Like, oh, they're just kind of dumb. Put in one in the chat if you remember the debate that I was talking about. And Claymore's channel still ain't grow because he didn't stick around long enough for it to grow. Oh, phenomenal show, remembers. And I'm not talking about Claymore. I'm talking about somebody else. No, I'm not talking about Claymore. I'm talking about somebody else. It was a long time ago. Hey, Fanon, I went to that other YouTube channel to watch you cook Claymore. You did him dirty. Hell yeah, I did. You're not going to make a name off me, son. You can make a name off me by getting on the channel and talking and making your point and asking people to surprise and all of that. But you're not going to get nothing but an ass whooping fucking around debating me. So you guys know this was years ago, but you saw that? That shit was a dismantling, very polite one. It was when I used to debate people like I did Bill. Once Bill called me a coon, it's all gloves off with it. Just so you know, the reason why I'm not pulling any punches, I'm still pulling punches, but I'm pulling fewer punches is because of what Bill said about me in that goddamn barbershop. Ain't no yellow Negro about to question my blackness. Hey, GM. Bodied. And it was not even close. Made the dude admit, this is how, let me tell you how ridiculous these dudes are. Literally started a debate with 1 point, and he ended the debate with a completely different point. And because I proved my point, he started acting like it was his point. So I ended it with, thank you for agreeing with me. Now have a nice day. Oh, no, I'm not talking about that. All that shit, all that hold up, man, hold up, man, hold up, man. Let me tell you what you can't do. You cannot know who flags your channel. You can't know it. That's just a fact. You can't know it. Okay? You can't know it. If I flag you, I guarantee you will never know who flagged you. So if you say that YouTube told me who flagged me, do you know what you're doing? You are telling a lie. That's not even the one I'm talking about, Mr. De La Cruz. That's not even the one I was talking about. That was me just defending somebody who people were trying to throw in a trash can over Devin. No, that was just me clarifying the record, a fact. That's just a fact. You can't do it. There were people that came on that had 700,000 subscribers and said, no, you can't know that. Of course you can't know that. PewDiePie and Beast and all those guys, they don't know who flagged their channel. 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000. That's not a big YouTube channel. That's a small YouTube channel. It's small. I have a small YouTube channel. I may have a big one in comparison to somebody that has 2,000 subscribers. I don't have a big YouTube channel when you compare it to Beast. So, and they won't tell them. Do you realize that they will snatch that fucking channel? They will snatch Beast's channel without even telling them. Hey, man, Beast, just like anybody else, he may have 50 million subscribers, can wake up the next morning with his shit all gone because they decided it. Goodbye. We don't give a shit about your 50 million subscribers. You think YouTube gives a shit about 300,000 subscribers? 400,000 subscribers? Where they're going to give you some special privileges? No. No. Jorge, what's up, Jorge? He says support for the channel. Saludos to you, brother. So anyway, man, y'all just lie so much. You think you're big time. You're not big time. You're not big time. I'm not big time. You're not big time. You're just arrogant and a fucking phony. They banned Alex Jonas and he had like 3 million subs. Man, they will get rid of your ass in a second and not tell you shit about who flagged you. It's not even an option, Holmes. They banned out. Yeah, I mean, it's just silly, bro. So now y'all want to say I'm lying about something that's written down. And it's funny, once I started calling people liars, all of a sudden they put in their video, all liars, 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 calling everybody else a liar. Biggest fucking liars on the block, calling other people liars. What kind of Donald Trump, Bill Clinton ass dumb shit is that? Biggest liars on the block, calling everybody liars once they get caught lying. Well, let me just call everybody else a liar. Whatever, man. Anyway, be mad about that shit. I don't give a rat's ass. Pot meets kettle. I mean, it's crazy. What have I lied about? These lies. Don't believe what you read. He's a coon. Don't believe what the paperwork says. He's a coon. He's self-hating. He hates himself. He hates himself. That's self-hating black man because he can read and dares to tell you what it says. Don't pay attention to what it says. Don't pay attention to what it says. Ignore what it says. Ignore the truth because the truth, I mean, you hate him if you tell the truth. You're hating on Dev if you tell the truth. Muratala Farmer, what you think, Fanon? Oh, give me Muratala. Like a Jedi mind trick. Who's living vicariously through that Gervonta Davis? Am I living vicariously through Gervonta Davis? Who you talking about, King of King? I'm living vicariously through Gervonta Davis? Me? Wording doesn't matter. I didn't hear that. I didn't listen long enough. Only thing I listened to, dumbass, was that terrible fucking example he used. Oh, now you knew. Oh, no, I mean, I know it's not, because it's a quote. I know it's not me. I stopped listening with that stupid ass example. That's why I did it on Twitter. Go to Twitter. I talked about that dumbass example. That shit was terrible. You get a D for that. You get a D for that. That's a D. You know the grades A, B, C, D, F? I won't give you an F because you turned your homework in, but I'm giving you a D because it was damn sure below expectations. A is exceeded expectation, was excellent. B is exceeding expectations. C is expectations. D is below expectations. And F is just flat out failure. That shit was a D. And let me explain why it was a D. Let me explain to y'all why it was a D. Because the example did not match the actual scenario. It didn't work. Now, there was a good argument that you could make. You could. It's not a good argument about whether or not Ryan got, it's off the point. It's off the point. The point was whether or not Ryan Garcia was penalized for PEDs or whether he was penalized for failure to failure to notify the commission or disclose to the commission the supplements that he took, medicines or supplements that he took. That's the question. And the answer to that question is yes. That's what he got suspended for. It's in writing. There's no way around that. So what do? You make if you're trying to, and I don't even know why you would, try to make an argument that that's not what he got suspended for, because really, if you make that argument, then you're saying that the New York State Athletic Commission did what they were supposed to do, which they didn't. I was pointing out the fact that Ryan got off. And it sounded like, yeah, and you could say, yeah, he got off, but that's some bullshit that he got off. And really, I still believe that he should be treated as if he cheated, because that sentence was not acceptable. Kind of like people say about O.J. Simpson. You can't say O.J. Simpson was convicted. He wasn't. He was found not guilty. And then you can say, well, yeah, he was found not guilty, but he wasn't found innocent. You can make that argument. So number one, you leave A because you're making your argument, number one. Number one, you're in the B range just right there. Just off the fact that you didn't recognize that your real argument should have been, yes, because the New York State Athletic Commission is corrupt. They were in the pocket of Ryan Garcia's lawyer. This is a miscarriage of justice. And Ryan Garcia should still be treated as if he was guilty of cheating, because we know that they wiped away the entire charge. See, that is an A argument. That is exceeding expectation, because I would have never thought your dumb asses was smart enough to come up with that shit. But you didn't use it. You didn't use it. No, you didn't use it. I'm preparing to debate T. Orlando. I'm going through every argument that T. Orlando could possibly make in my head, and I'm coming up with the strengths and the weaknesses of it. What could he say? He could say this, he could say that. Well, if he says this, then what would I say? Well, I would do that. And if he says this, I would say that. In the words of Boxing Hacker, it's like a tree algorithm. It's like a tree algorithm. I would think, and it would just branch out from the root. If you say this, you go here. Then if you say here, it could go here. And if you go here, it could split off into this. And then I could really have literally like a tree, a logic tree of your argument, right? Let me draw a picture for you, dummies. Okay, this is like a tree. This is how you should think. Let me teach you how to think, son. Let me teach you how to think. I got to teach you how to think. Man, where's my pen, man? I shouldn't even be doing this for your dumbasses. I shouldn't even be doing this for your dumbasses, but I'm going to do it because you dudes is dumb. Let me help you out, son. Hold on. All right, you ready for this? See that line right there? This here is the beginning of the argument, right? If you can say two things. You can say this, or you can say this. Got it? He could say this, or he could say this. One or the other, right? So if he goes this way, what am I going to say? I could say this, or I could say this. If he says this, I could say this or this. If he says the third, I could say this or this. And then, based off of what I say, he could say this or this, 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 this or this. And there may be a third, maybe 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 this. Okay. See that? And those are all the possible arguments that you can make. See how it starts to look like a tree? The argument can go in all these different directions. See how it's a tree algorithm, like Boxing Hacker said. But anyway, it's a tree algorithm. It's all the different things. It's not an algorithm at all, but you get my point. It's a logic tree. It's, to me, that's what I think of as a logic tree. All right, he could say this or this or this or this. The dumbest argument. Now look, in this, y'all didn't take any of this fucking route. You just denied it's even. You denied the facts. So let's talk first about how that is a dumb argument to begin with, and you never should have made it. Okay? It was a dumb argument, and you shouldn't have made it. But you made it. You said it does. No. That paperwork is not real. Instead of doing that, what you did was, you literally said that the paperwork doesn't say what it says. You denied a basic fact. You said, it don't say that. It don't say that. You said, it don't say that. It didn't say that. It did not say that. Yes, it said. Yes, it says. This is the argument you made. Yes, the paperwork says. Yes, the paperwork says that he was suspended for not failure to disclose medicines, but that's not what that says. What? Yes, it says that, but that is not what that says. That is not what that says. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Yes, the paperwork says that, but that is not what the paperwork says. Now, dog, I'm going to have to wonder whether or not I need to put you out there with the kids on a little yellow bus. Okay? But anyway, that's not what that means. That is exactly what it means. It's very clear that that's exactly what it means. That's not what that means. It does not mean that. Those words do not mean that. Basically, the words don't mean that. Yes, they do mean that. That's what they say. No, they don't. No, they don't. You just hate yourself. You just hate yourself. You don't read that. That's not what that is. You just see those words like that because you hate yourself. Are you sure? Because they're on a piece of paper, and every word, I looked up every word in the dictionary. But yes, it says that in the dictionary, but you're only reading it because you hate yourself. Okay, so I hate myself. What's your example? Yes. So let me tell you. When you go to and get a speeding ticket, your speeding ticket, they will give you a lesser penalty if you say, yes, I sped. So if you take the charge, then they will give you a lower penalty. See, First of all, what the fuck does that have to do with it? But let's just look at that. Ryan Garcia got a penalty. You got a traffic penalty. Ryan got a sentence for the penalty. Got a penalty for the sentence. You got a penalty for the sentence. You got a penalty for the charge. Let me say that again. Ryan had a charge. And Ryan had a penalty. You had a traffic charge. You had a traffic penalty. In your example, you are saying that you accepted a penalty for a lesser, you accepted a charge for a lesser penalty. Let me say that again. You had a charge for a lesser penalty. They changed the penalty, not the charge. Ryan got a charge and a penalty. If the state gave and picked your charge and the state picked his charge, you would have to be arguing that he got a lesser penalty for that comparison to work. Because you are comparing the penalty that you got with the charge that he got. You are not comparing like things. So let me help me even more. If your charge is a thumb and your penalty is a finger, and Ryan's charge is a thumb, and his sentence is a finger, you are comparing Ryan's thumb to your finger. Duh. Dumbass. Get a better example. Duh. Let me see if I can make that really simple for people that do not believe in reading. I'm cooking real quick. Hold on, Big Kafka. Duh. That is why you get a D for that dumbass example. Because that damn example is dumb as the fuck. Because you did not think about it before you said it. Let me tell you what you could have done. Because these niggas are slow, T. Orlando. Let me tell you, bro, you literally have to compare whole arguments to fingers and thumbs for these guys to catch on. I'll stop talking like that. Look, man, if you're saying that a plea deal is when you accept a charge for a lesser penalty, but Ryan, you're arguing didn't get the charge, and you're not arguing that he got a lower penalty, those things are not comparisons. They're not likes. You have to compare like things. So I say, let's think of the charge as a thumb and the sentence as a finger. And the example is a charge and a finger, right? A thumb and a finger. So if I say this is a thumb and this is a finger, I am not comparing the same thing. If you were comparing the same thing, you would say that the prosecutor gave me a lesser charge in exchange for a lesser penalty. You would reverse your example. That's simple for what you said to make sense. That's why I say that's a D. You got it backwards. Okay? However, none of that matters because guess what? Even if it was a plea, no, that's not what they said, Cornelius Bennett. That's what they tried to say, but they didn't say it. The problem is this. It doesn't matter whether or not you pleaded it down or not, because the charge that you pleaded to is the charge that you were punished for. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change the argument. So I already said in this tree thing that I drew that you picked a dumb argument to begin with. Because it doesn't matter whether or not it was a plea deal. It doesn't even matter if it says it's a plea deal. It's still a situation where they're punishing them for what they agreed to. It still doesn't change whether or not Ryan Garcia was actually punished for PEDs or whether he was punished for failure to notify. He was still punished for failure to notify. So even if you got an example that was sound, it doesn't even matter because your example doesn't matter to the result. The result is that Ryan got suspended for that. And you want to assume that the prosecution or the commission, why they did it. And since we don't know why they did it, you're just making that assumption. But even your assumption doesn't change the fact that I'm telling the truth. There's no way you guys can win that. And that's why they will never click this link. That's why they will never click this link. And the reason they made this stupid argument to begin with was because they were so insistent when the penalty came out before the charge came out that this was an admission of him using PEDs. And the fact that he was not suspended for it means you can't make the argument that he admitted it. And because you can't make the argument that he admitted it, you can't make the argument that Devin can sue him for having cheated because of the penalty, because of the argument tree that you're trying to go down. Because of the argument you're trying to go down. It cuts off Devin's argument. If you cannot establish that Ryan Garcia was suspended for performance enhancers, you cannot establish that he admitted it. So you want to lie and say he admitted it, even though he clearly didn't. So you can say he admitted it. So therefore we can all agree that he cheated. And since we all agreed that he cheated, we know Devin's loss wasn't real. It is because of where you're trying to go that you refuse to realize that that path has been cut off and that you need to find another path to get there. That branch was cut off the tree. It doesn't even matter if he took a plea. If he took a plea, he didn't admit it. A plea is not an admission. If you go down the logic of the argument, it falls apart. Which is why I'm saying it is not a good business decision to try to sue Ryan for having had Osterine in his system. Because you do not have any admission by him that he took it. And you are going to have all of that shit tested in a court of law. And even then, they're not going to be able to give you any damages for it, because how can you say that the loss naturally flowed from the fact that he had it in his system? You just want to make these broad arguments and you have a general sense that this supports your argument, but you don't really know how to get there, which is why I'm telling you, you guys need to fire whoever is giving you your arguments. Your arguments suck. Use a better. His lawyer eating up his stupidity. Look, man, I don't know what he's doing. Maybe he's just doing it for PR, talking about how he's going to sue him and this and that. I don't know. Maybe he's just saying it's a business, but it's a bad PR move because you got a bunch of hellified street niggas. They're going to think you a punk for suing. They're going to think you're a punk for suing. You know what that's called? That's called snitching. That's called snitching. Last time I checked, it's called being a snitch, isn't it? Ain't that being a snitch? I ain't no hellified street nigga. But last time I checked, that falls generally into the category of snitching. If you see a crime, you handle your business in the street. You don't call the cops, right? Isn't that what it is? Me, you rob me, I'm calling the cops. You got me messed up. But I'm a legend in these streets. Like Calvin. I'm a legend in these streets. Anyway, since y'all want to take not so subtle shots at me, I just destroyed your entire argument. Even the one that you're trying to make next week. I can destroy the arguments that you can make next week. If you keep playing with me. Keep playing with me. I'm going to make an argument. I'll make a list of arguments that you're going to make for the next 3 months. And every time y'all make it, I'll put it up. I'll put it up. And I'll say, I told you they were going to say that. That, and that. I can do that. I can do that. We're citizens at this age. I've always been a citizen. What happened to Juan, man? I don't know what you're talking about. And debunked it 100. What are you talking about? J Money. I don't know why anybody's getting Devin for all the time he was overweight since Joe. Man, look, dude, that's not a see. I don't do bad arguments, man. He made the weight. He made the weight. The commissions let him fight with knowledge of what he was weighing. So I'm not calling him a cheater for that. Because one of the options is that they can let him fight. I read the WBC rules. The WBC rules that says that they may institute a punishment. It says they may. So the fact of the matter is they may have chose not to for whatever reason they had. But I'm going to tell you this. The WBC did not penalize Ryan Garcia at all. So the WBC did not penalize him for ostering in his system. And the New York State Athletic Commission didn't punish him for that either. So you don't have any evidence that this man ever admitted that he did it. And he's going to say that it was through a supplement, non-intentional, so it's not cheating. And it was inconsequential to the outcome of the bout. And then he can enter into evidence how much he had and testimony of experts about what it would have done and whether or not these expert witnesses really believe that amount in his system is going to actually give him a competitive advantage. And guess what? If you lose, you're going to have to pay for all of that, lawyers. You're going to have to pay for all of those experts. You're going to come out your pocket for all of that. When you could just leave it alone, get in the ring with the kid, and find a fight with a rematch clause that you get no matter what get it with a rematch clause. Say, okay, well, we're going to run this back, and I need a rematch clause. And if you pop dirty, I need liquidated damages if you pop dirty again. And then have liquidated damages in your contract. I could advise you as to the better business decision to do that. But to make yourself look bad in front of all these people who are just, let me be sarcastic. Look, man, you got to understand these poor black people. You know, the culture. You got to understand the culture. And in the culture, nobody likes somebody that calls the cops. Nobody likes anybody that's going to sue you, that you sue. If you're somebody that's calling the cops all the time, they're not going to want to do business with you. Either buy your fights, which they're already not buying, or sign to fight with you because you're somebody that's going to cry like a baby if you lose and sue you if I do anything wrong. So it's really not in your best interest in the long term to look bad in front of the culture. You got to look like a tough guy. You got to be a tough guy. Okay? I didn't miss the joke. Juan Cardenas, I didn't miss it. I responding literally to jokes so that I can when you joke, I take you serious. So I have the ability to roast the whole idea in a very serious fashion. I know what I'm doing. Hey, Fanon, do you think Ryan Devin could make it happen in 154? I think they should happen at 147. I think they should have it at 147. Barbara D. Martin, the Haney should be paying attention to you and taking your advice. Look, man. I wouldn't, honestly. I could say something that may piss people off, bro, but that's why you're being unsuccessful. I used to give people arguments. And they would take my arguments and act like it was theirs, and their arguments made sense. Track it. About 3 or 4 years ago, people's arguments actually made sense. And you know why those arguments made sense? Because they were my arguments. They were mine. I would make the argument and that's why I used to even fuck with people like that. That's why I even talked to them. Because I was like, these guys don't argue well, but I like what they're doing. So let me give you guys a better argument than the ones you're giving, because these people are killing y'all because you're not making any good arguments. But if you make these arguments are harder to debunk. They're harder to beat. So what a lot of people would do, even though they would never admit it, is they would listen to what I said and they would take my arguments and they would make my arguments. And I didn't mind that they were making my arguments. I didn't mind it at all. Because please remember, I had 15,000 subscribers before I met any of y'all. There you go, big leagues. There's the link. And you're going to be a joke like the rest of them. Based off of what you just said, there's no way you can win. But even in the situation, hey, Andre Noble said for cooking these fools. No worries. Thank you, brother. Thank you for the $2 holler, brother. I see a lot of these channels stealing content from you. Yeah, because I'm giving them the logic. Dude, I'm very good with it. I'm giving you the logic. I can give Ryan Garcia fans the logic necessary to fry y'all. Because I see all the holes in your arguments. If I don't even, I'm telling you, I don't even have to like them and I can tell them how to beat you. Because I mean, like, look, man, this is the weakness of their arguments. It's this, it's this, it's this, it's this, and this. So if I want to make your argument, if I want to destroy your argument, I'll just destroy your argument. I don't even have to make my own. Which is what I've done to all you Devin bots this entire time. I haven't even made my argument. All I did is debunk yours because your argument sucks. Yeah, absolutely. Do you never think, Heather E., why I would fuck with people? Do you know anybody else in there? Do you know anybody else with a legal education, with contract expertise? Do you know any of them dudes that got that? That's why I'm saying, look at Victor Conti. Victor Conti, I know he's a troll, but he clicked the link. I don't care. Victor Conti is not a chemist. He's a band leader. So why in the world would you believe a band leader is the one that's going to develop these supplements? It doesn't make sense. There's got to be a chemist there doing that, or you have to be orchestrating something. Because a band leader orchestrates and coordinates multiple people to create one thing. And the only thing I've ever heard Victor Conte say that he's done is orchestrate. He orchestrated music. He orchestrated people. He's not a chemist. So why in the world would you be believing that he's doing chemistry? Maybe he's doing chemistry, but he's probably not. It's just logical. These dudes' arguments suck. You hear them. You hear them. They suck. So because they don't have good arguments, they got to lie. They got to lie. So what do you catch them doing? Lying. A lot. They lie so much that you tell me that don't believe what this piece of paper says. Don't believe what this piece of paper says. It doesn't matter. And they want to start giving you analogies instead of what do you need a fucking analogy for when you have the goddamn decision? There's no need for an analogy. If you have somebody on tape, videotape, sticking their hand in your mailbox and taking your mail out, then you have the police arrest them for the postal police arrest them and sentence them for stealing people's mail. And they write a decision that says, we have convicted you for stealing people's mail. Why do you need an analogy? You only need analogies to help clarify something you don't understand. But when you actually have a concrete decision, there's no need for an analogy other than to mislead people with false or inaccurate comparisons to confuse them. There's no need for an analogy at all. Because why? I'll show you why. There's no need for an analogy. Any analogies. There's no need for analogies. You know why there's no need for analogies? Because this right here. Respondent admits the allegations and violations set forth herein. Herein. Let's look at the word herein. In this document. Not allegations made by Devin Haney. Not anything said by the New York State Athletic Commission before they wrote this document. Not anything you guys say on YouTube or Twitter or what it says in the newspapers. The respondent, who is Ryan Garcia, admits the allegations and violations set forth herein. What is the allegation? The allegation is a violation of Article 41 of the general business rules of the state of Maryland. That's the allegation. You know why? Because the allegation is made in this document in the very beginning in the title. And violations set forth herein. What violation? It's listed below because it says violation of New York General Business Law, Section 10074, 19, NYCRR, Section 208.6A, and affirms that all violations alleged by the commission, not by VADA, because VADA doesn't make allegations. They just test. Not by Devin, not by your YouTube channels, not by Bill Haney, not by me, not by President Biden, not by Devin's little brother, but by the commission. Have been or will be rectified in accordance with the terms set forth herein. The terms of this document that you're reading, not a document that Devin wrote, not a complaint by his lawyer, not by something Fanon writes on a scratch piece of paper, but by the terms set forth in this consent order. Respondent Ryan failed to disclose. He did not tell us. The commission physicians, all prescriptions, non-prescription medications or supplements taken prior to the bout. Now notice this. Notice the words taken prior. It does not say for adverse findings after the fight. It does not say for having ostarine in his system. It says non-prescription medications or supplements taken prior to the bout. In what violation of New York General Business Law, Section 10074, 19 NYCRR, Section 2086, A. So, why do I need an analogy? Why do I need an analogy when I have a ruling that clearly says what it is? I have the signature. I have Ryan's lawyer's signature, the New York State Athletic Commission signature. What do I need your analogy for? To help clarify what this says? It's the final order. And in fact, it says ordered. 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 And then they give you the penalties. I don't need any type of analogies because only thing analogy can possibly do is confuse it because we have the actual rule. We have the actual ruling. But I'm a liar. Anyway, so we beat this dead horse to death. I do believe. Hey, Ty, thank you, brother. You said when you don't do the homework, your arguments will always spit out fragile and unethical arguments. Wow. Paper, good morning, international boxing. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. But let me tell you something. They just don't like the outcome because it doesn't fit with their argument. Something that you would like to call a narrative. And you can create a lot better argument than that. A lot better argument than that. Okay? No, when you don't pay money to get the actual paperwork, you don't have the paperwork. I hit them from left field. They didn't have the paperwork. I have the paperwork. You notice they didn't bring out that goddamn paperwork. Try to tell you that shit don't mean what it means. For all we know, Victor can be using all snack people to test subjects for unknown PEDs, and he is the real cheater. I mean, look, I don't see any reason why he would do that. I've been telling you, I don't think there's any, man, that's not, let me tell you, if that's what he's doing, I don't know why in the world he would be telling people that. That shit carries. Anyway, man, that shit sounds crazy to me. Messiah, thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man, and I need the support, so thank you. Anyway, here's the link to you going to debate me. You're never going to do it. Okay? You're never going to do it. That is what you call reputation suicide. I know it. Arguing at this point with me is reputation suicide. For any logical thinking person, they're going to say, I don't know who this bald-headed old man is, but he sure fucked you up. Because the shit you talking about, that shit's written right there. What's so complicated about that? That's not like hard to understand. That's the ruling right there. It's right there. He got his O back. Because Ryan didn't inform them people. Let me say, KC, you do that. You get up here and school me. Give me a test run. This link is here. This link is here. Why don't you do that? Why don't you do that? Mark Jones, how can I help you? You're there. How can I help you? Dude, you're right there. You can click the link. What do you need them for? I don't know how you're going to, I don't understand what schooling you're going to get. I'm going to get. I have enough schooling in 7th grade to read that. Maybe I'm wrong. Would anybody like to volunteer to read that for me? In case I can't read? Would anybody like to? Dude, you have a better chance of winning an argument that the Boston Celtics didn't win this year's NBA Finals. You have just as good a chance of beating me in this argument about what Ryan got suspended for as you do arguing with Jason Tatum about whether or not the Celtics won the championship this year. You have that much of a chance. You literally cannot win that argument because there's no argument. It's a fact. So if anybody wants to get up here and continue that dumb shit that I heard yesterday, please do. I'm right here. I'm begging you. I need the money. I need the attention. I'm for real. I need the attention. I need for everybody to see what I'm going to do to anybody that is dumb enough to do it. I need the laughter. I need the content. I need everybody all over Twitter and Instagram talking about how I bodied you. Please give me that. Let me, dude, it'd be like letting the Dallas Mavericks play a junior high school baseball team. Oh, I'm sorry. This would be like anybody beating me in a debate about what Ryan got suspended for. It's like the NBA, it's like the Dallas Mavericks losing to a 6th grade volleyball team. There's no way you're going to win that. The only thing you're going to do is try to change the subject. There's no way you can win it. None. Nobody. I don't give a shit who you are. You could be the world's greatest attorney. You could be fucking Johnny Cochran, F. Lee Bailey, and Antonio Scalia all balled into one, and you will still lose. There's no way you can win it. It would be the dumbest argument that you will never take this argument. Never. Never. And the fact that you call it a lie. What is wrong with you? And not only to say that you think I'm wrong, to call it a lie? Dude, I should sue you for slander. I should sue you for slander. I'm lying? I read the rule. You said I'm lying about a rule that you know is there? That's slander. That's defamation of character. I should sue your dumbasses for defamation of character. Since I got a better case against you for defamation of character than you have Ryan for breach of contract, because I got real damages. That's why you're not going to click the link. That's why you will never click that link. Please explain to me. Now let's talk about this. Let's debate whether or not I lied. Now, let's move. I got $1,000 for you, brother. I got $1,000 bet that you cannot beat me in a debate about whether I lied about the ruling for the New York State Athletic Commission in the issue of Ryan Garcia. I got $1,000 that you can't win that debate that I lied. Or should we make it $10,000? No, I'll make it $10,000. I will make it $10,000. I got $10,000 in my savings. I would love to double it. Any takers that you cannot prove that I lied and I can prove that I didn't lie? Anybody? When you said I'm a liar, would you like to bet a $10,000 on it, or would you like me to sue you for defamation of character? Molly said, can I go in with you for 500? Yeah, man, you in with me. Can I go in with you? Dude, you don't have to give. Hey, I'll give you $500 of the $10,000 they have to pay if they can win that. And I'm dead serious. I am dead serious. If you say I lied, then I've got $10,000 bet that I can prove that I did not lie about the punishment that the New York State Athletic Commission gave Ryan Garcia. Anybody going to click that? You might as well bet me that Michael Jackson ain't dead. You might as well bet me $10,000 that Michael Jackson ain't dead. It's serious. I'm dead serious. Why not? If you say I lied, that Ryan Garcia did not get suspended for respondent for failure to disclose to commission physicians all prescriptions, non-prescription medications, or supplements taken prior to the bout in violation of New York GBL, Section 107(4), 19 NYCRR, Section 208.6A. And I promise you, I can show you the signature. The signature of the New York State Athletic Commission and Ryan Garcia's and Ryan Garcia's attorney to validate that I'm telling the truth. Now the next time somebody calls me a liar, tell them that they got $10,000 waiting on them if they can come over here and prove it. By the preponderance of the, beyond a reasonable doubt, preponderance of the evidence doesn't make a difference. I can prove it beyond any doubt. Because I'm going to show you I'm going to show you the actual ruling with the signatures. Emmanuel Alcazar, you're a bitch and you need to show your real name and you need to show the fuck up. Dude, let me say something. Oh shit, dude, I'm joking, bro. Nah, don't take this money back, bro. Take this money back. Ain't nobody really going to do that, bro. Ain't nobody going to do that, dog. Ain't nobody going to take that bet, bro. You want me to give that back to you? Dude, I'll give you that. I'll give you that back, dog. Because seriously, I can't keep that money. Because ain't nobody going to take that bet. They know that. Okay? I know you. Hey, dog, seriously, they're not going to take that bet because it's already over. Okay? Like, it's already over. It's already over. The order is right here. Okay? Look, I got to reject your money unless you're trying to donate $500 to me. Because they will never take that money, and I can't take your money like that. Okay? So unless you tell me that you just want me to have $500, I can't take that money. I love you to death, brother. I wouldn't do that to you. I would never do that to you. Okay? So look, let me show you something. All right? I would never do that to you, bro. All right? Because this right here is the actual order. Right here, okay? New York State Athletic Commission by Ryan Garcia consent order. And here are the signatures, okay? So this is the signature, the date and the signature by the acting director. And here is the signature by the lawyer. And here is the charge right here. Okay? It's literally listed right here. So there's no way they can take the bet because I already know the ruling's already been given. Okay? So, man, let me give you your money back. Even though I have to hate it. I really wish you supported that heavy, but no, I know nobody's going to take that. It's not a real bet, bro. Okay? He said, I'm a gambler. I like send it back then. Yeah, dog, let me send you that money. They're not taking that, bro. Because you're never going to have to pay for it, bro. You're never gonna have to pay it. So let you know this is the $500 that he was willing to put up, and I sent it back. Yeah, dog. I gotta refund it to you, brother. I can't do that to you. They'll if I lose, I'll take the $500. Let me put it this way: you don't have to give me the $500 because I don't want that sitting in my bank because I know ain't nobody taking that shit. Okay, because they're not stupid; they're just liars. All right. When I call them stupid, it's a relative term. When I call them stupid, it's a relative term. Okay? But that would have been the easiest $500 you'd ever made. No joke. Haney should sue his team that they are damaging his man. He need to just be quiet for a little while. But I understand he's hurt. You know what I mean? He never thought he'd lose. He believes what these people say. I'm with you, bro. Hey, I appreciate that, bro. So yeah, man, if they take the bet, then you can check. You can dip in your $500. But let me tell you, bro, because all I'm going to do is show them this. I'm going to show them this, and they're going to start talking about analogies and what it means and how, even though that's what it is, that's not what it really is. But the question would be whether I lied. Did I lie? No, I didn't lie. So give me my money. Can you post a link to that site in the comments, please, brother? I really can't because this is not a site. This is you have to be a member of Dan Rayfield's Substack in order to get it. I can't really do it. The only thing I can do is read it for you. That's all I can really do is read it for you. The link, I mean, it's on my, you can go to my Twitter. Oh, actually, here, I'll give you the tier. You can, okay, here, I'll do this. Here, you can have it here. So look, man, what y'all gonna say today about me lying? What y'all gonna say to me today about me lying? I wish Knockout Boxing was here. I really wish Knockout Boxing was in the chat. Because I would ask him to have a mock debate with me. Just a mock. Not serious. Just a mock. Like, I would like for you to try to make an argument. I want to try to make an argument that I'm lying. I don't know how in the world I could make that argument. And I would lose that argument. How can I make an argument that if Knockout Boxing 86 TV said that this was the ruling, he read it, and he gave me the citation? What argument could I make to say that he's lying? That I manufactured that document, and that document, that I photoshopped that document? Well, I could easily discount that because I could give you the email to Dan Rayfield's Substack. So that wouldn't work because I could give you the email and where I got it from, Dan Rayfield. And I could verify with the New York State Athletic Commission that the signatures, that's Paul Green's signature, and that's the deputy director's signature. And it jives with all the punishments that they reported. And they never said that, I think I would lose that debate. I don't think there's any way that I could win that debate. I think the only way that I could do it is admit it and try to change the subject. Like, yes, I have to admit that is the decision. Well, if I admit that that's the decision, then I can't win that I lied. It's over with. It's over with. It's over with. I don't think I couldn't beat Boxing Hacker at that debate. I would lose that debate to Boxing Hacker, and he sucks. Unless Boxing Hacker, I bet Boxing Hacker could lose that argument, though. Because all I would do is bring up an analogy and totally change the subject and try to win the debate on a totally different subject about whether or not they should have decided this, or have a debate about why they decided it, or the importance of it. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. You can't do anything else. Can't do anything else. No, nothing else. I think there's anything else you can do. Frequent flyer, you betting $10,000 that I lied?
What's up, Fanon? No, but what's the significance of this, though? What's all the hype about?
What up is, are you gonna bet me $10,000 that I'm lying about what Ryan got suspended for by the New York State Athletic Commission?
No, I don't think you're lying and nothing like that. I wouldn't say you're lying.
You're
just reading it verbatim what you see on the document, right?
So you know I'm telling the truth.
Yeah, you're just going by what's on the document right there. But I'm saying, what's the significance? What's all the hype? What's the significance of this?
Sure, before we have a conversation, that you know that I'm telling the truth. That is why Ryan got suspended.
Yeah. I mean, that's part of the reason.
No, that
and
is
he
the
got
reason.
suspended.
No, not part. That is the reason.
So why did Ryan end up here? Like how do we end up to this point here? What happened? What significant happened that made Ryan have to face, you know, the New York State Athletic Commission? What happened?
There was an adverse finding.
He popped for Ostarine, right?
There was an adverse finding.
Yeah, you can't just say he popped for dirty for
No, I
Ostarine.
really can, because that's what because in that document, they lay out all of the relevant information, and the New York State Athletic Commission, which is a portion of the New York State, the New York Department of State, said that there was an adverse. They were presented evidence of an adverse finding. That's what
Yeah,
they said. That's what they said.
yeah, but we know everything isn't contained in that little document right there. There's a lot of things that we know happened for a fact that's not
No,
listed
they
or talked
said
about in that document right there.
in the decision, it says this is our entire agreement. It
Yeah,
says
yeah, the decision.
there's a clause in there that says this is the entire agreement, that this is the entire statement of the issue, unless there's a material misrepresentation, at which point in time they withhold the right to reopen it. But as far as the statement from the New York State Athletic Commission and why they said it, they said that they were given evidence of an adverse finding. I'm trying to give you the most accurate answer that I possibly can without guessing, without putting my own 2 cents in it. I'm just taking the people whose decision it was, what they said verbatim. Because I don't want to give you my opinion. I just want to give you facts.
Sure, I understand.
Because your question was, why did he get to that point?
Yeah,
And
how do we get to this point?
According to the New York State Athletic Commission, he said that they were aware of an adverse finding. So my understanding is that the adverse finding was the A sample.
Yeah, you're sugarcoating it though. He popped dirty for Ostarine.
No, I'm not sugarcoating.
And it was in question if he was cheating or not.
No, I am not. I'm not sugarcoating.
And so this is based.
No,
and so this is basically so.
I am not sugarcoating it. You're embellishing.
No, embellishing is to tell a lie. I'm not telling a lie.
No,
bro, it's definitely not a lie. We know he popped dirty for Ostarine. He had Ostarine in his system, bro.
No, an embellishment is not a lie.
It is.
It's that you can embellish by lying. You can also embellish by stating something and exaggerating it, by putting a little extra sauce on it to make it look a certain way. They said that they were notified of a adverse finding. I know of the adverse finding that they said that they were aware of when they put out a statement that said from the New York State Athletic Commission that said after the A sample came back positive that we were made aware of an adverse finding and we will begin to investigate. So they started their investigation upon the A sample. So when they say we were made aware of an adverse finding, they're talking about when they were made aware of it. And they were made aware of it during the A sample, not the B sample, not the hair sample. That was part of their investigation.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, when I say you're sugarcoating it, you are indeed sugarcoating it because we know the man had Ostarine in his system. He popped dirty for Ostarine, and you rather say adverse finding.
Sir, let me make sure that
in that case, the nandrolone was an adverse finding as well. So are we going to talk about the nandrolone too?
Excuse me, sir. I just need to do something real fast. Give me a second. Please don't speak. Give me a second. Because I want to let you know that I'm not guilty of what you're accusing me of.
What am I accusing you of?
You're accusing me of sugarcoating.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I want to let you know that I am not sugarcoating. And I think if you think that I am sugarcoating, I think it is fair for everybody to listen to determine for themselves whether or not I am sugarcoating.
Well, you said that I'm embellishing, though.
Sir, I will tell you that you are embellishing, and I will show you why I say that. If I make an accusation, I'm going to back it up. Okay, and I'm about to back it up. No worries.
You gonna pull up
Sir,
the
sir, I am going to show you. Will you please stop? Don't try
I
to
was going
guess
to ask you if you're going to
all
pull up
that.
the definition for embellish,
I
because
don't
lie
need,
is definitely in there.
sir. I'm not going to go into that. I'm going to first tell you why I am not sugarcoating. I am giving you a literally what they said.
When you sugarcoat something, you say
Sir,
it
will
in a
you
nice
please
way,
pause
right?
for a second? Will you please stop? I am going to tell you what they said. Okay? I am not going to sugarcoat. I am going to read it.
What, you about to read the document? We know what they said in
Sir,
the document. You've
sir,
been reading this for like
sir,
3
and
days now. Come on, bro.
therefore, don't accuse me of sugarcoating if I'm reading
Because
the
I'm not asking you about the
sir,
document.
it
I'm
is
asking
right
you
here.
what we know
Sir,
that happened.
following the bout, the commission obtained evidence of adverse analytical findings in respondents' urine. So
What do that mean?
why are we here?
Because he
Because
popped dirty for having aspirin in his system.
this is what I am not sugarcoating. I am quoting them. Following the bout, and they're specifically saying when, following the bout, the commission obtained evidence of adverse analytical findings in the respondent's urine. That is a simple statement of fact. I am not sugarcoating it.
What I'm saying is that fact as well, that he had aspirin in his system.
Sir, you asked me a question, and I gave you a straightforward, literal answer. What else do you want?
You didn't answer what I just said just now. What I just asked
What?
you.
What?
Did he have aspirin in his system?
Yes.
Okay, so he popped dirty for aspirin and 5 different tests. And so
Now you're just adding a
leading up
bunch
to
of
this,
shit. Dog, let me tell you something. I'm not about to do this with you.
what am I adding that's not true? I'm not adding nothing.
What you're trying to do is not talk about the subject, which I
No, I'm
already
talking
got.
about the subject.
No, you're not. Because the subject is whether or not I lied when I said what he was suspended for.
Oh, I said in the beginning, you asked me
Then
that,
what the
and I
fuck are you
told you that I didn't think that you lied.
What are you talking about
Because I asked you what's the significance of this, you
What is
saying this, and what's all the hype about? Like,
What is the
basically it's just
What is
saying that this man was unable to defend.
Sir,
He was unable to defend that he had aspirin in his
all
system.
you're doing, all you're doing is what you always do. Muddy the water. And try to confuse people.
How am I muddying the water by telling the truth?
By asking, you're not even telling the truth. You're asking questions.
What did I lie about?
Did I say you lied?
You said I'm not telling the truth. That equals telling a lie, right? If you're not telling the truth.
Muddying the water is what I said.
Okay, and I asked you, how am I muddying the waters by telling you facts?
Why did you just not tell the truth by saying I said you didn't tell the truth? What? You were not telling the truth when you said I was telling you didn't tell the truth.
Fine, you just said that. You just said that to me. You said I wasn't telling the truth.
No, I said is you're not talking about the topic.
See, you just trying to play games now.
No, you're trying to move it all. You're like a shell game, dude. I'm not going to miss. You're not going to play a game with me ever where you put a quarter underneath a shell and you do your hands like this. I'm just going to pick up all.
I'm not one of those type of dudes.
And I'm going to point to the quarter.
Fanon, I asked.
Oh, man, seriously, stop it. So the answer is, again, because I let you up here because I wanted to know whether or not I was telling the truth about why he was suspended. You said yes, that's why he was suspended.
I said I said you was reading the document verbatim. Just reading it.
What else am I supposed to
not be telling the truth?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Where am I supposed to get the information from? If not from the ruling.
Fanon, I'm not disputing that
you are disputing. You're telling me.
I'm asking you what's the significance of it, is what I said, and you're trying to avoid the fact that I asked you that question.
I don't know what you think you're doing. But if I tell you why he was suspended, and you say I'm telling you the truth, that is why he's suspended. Then what other, first of all, you already agree with what I said, so you don't really have an argument at all.
I asked you what's the significance of it. That's what I did.
The significance of it is that it's the truth.
we know it's the truth, but we know it's the truth. I'm asking you, what's all the hype about it or surrounding it? Because it basically just proves.
I'll tell you what the significance of it is. I'll tell you what the significance of it is. The significance is that Ryan has been suspended for at least a year. He has to pay $10,000 to the commission, and he has to forfeit his money from the fight. That's the significance of the ruling.
All because he popped dirty, right?
No, not at all.
In the system, and he wasn't able to defend himself. That he wasn't.
No, he was not accused of. He was not. If he was unable to defend himself from cheating, then why isn't he punished for cheating?
He is punished for that.
No, he's not.
They're telling you there that the significance is that he was unable to prove his innocence, that he didn't have, explain why he had aspirin in the system, because he didn't disclose what supplement that he tried to say that aspirin was in. He didn't even list that supplement, so that wasn't even a supplement that he was taking. So he got slammed with a hammer. But y'all running around with y'all hands up acting like this is a victory when it's really not. The man couldn't defend it. His evidence couldn't even be submitted, and that's why he took the plea and just took
made
that.
up a bunch.
And that's why
how many things are you going to make up in a row? How many things are you going to make up in a row? He was not able to successfully defend himself from a PED allegation, even though he was not punished for the PED. Defending yourself from a PED allegation successfully would be determined by whether or not you got suspended for a PED violation. So if we take your assumption that Ryan Garcia was accused of a PED violation by the New York State Athletic Commission, and he was not punished for that, that would mean he successfully defended himself.
Now, taking a plea is not defending yourself successfully, Fanon.
Yes, it is.
And the PEDs is what got him in front of the.
Yes, it is. If you want to defend yourself from a case of first-degree murder, and you do not want the death penalty for first-degree murder, and you are able to convince the prosecution not to charge you with first-degree murder and not to sentence you to death and risk the sentence of death, you have defended yourself from that.
By pleading guilty, you defended yourself?
Yes, because he's not charging you for that anymore. What is so hard for you to defend that? What is so hard for you to understand?
Fanon, you even cooked that up your own self. You said that Gerald Big Baby Miller got a lighter sentence than Ryan Garcia did, and he used multiple PEDs. Ryan got a harder sentence than he did because it was compounded, because he was. I'm
not into analogies today, sir, because Big Baby Miller was a bad example. Big Baby Miller, my understanding is, didn't have a license to practice in New York when he was going to be fighting, so that they could not actually punish him. So they suspended him for 6 months because he didn't have a license and the fight didn't take place. So unlike you, When somebody let me know that that's what was happened, I said, okay, thank you for that information. And I moved on with it. You are just lying, bro. Keyshawn Johnson, Fanon only wins debates on his own channel. He's scared to go to the smoke to other channels. Dude, let me tell you something. I have already fried people up on those channels. I don't have to go back. I've been on other channels and fried every single solitary person you're talking about. I don't have to do that. Your bitch ass won't click this link right here. You'll type. So anyway.
Why is that your only defense against me to say that I'm lying about things? Even when you know for sure I'm not lying, you just spew that out all the time. Is that because you want people to think that I'm lying or whatever, or not pay attention to what I'm saying? What is it with you? Why you always say that I'm lying when I'm not lying? And then you flip it around and say I'm just accusing you of saying it.
When I say that
what did I lie about just now?
When you're lying, first of all, I didn't just say you lied about the fact that I said you were lying.
This is exactly what I said.
What are you doing? You stop your cornball fucking games.
When I call you out on it, you say I'm lying.
You lost this shit as soon as you said he got suspended for not notifying him of the supplements. That's what he got suspended for, bro. What did he lie about? He lied about me saying he lied today. I said he was muddying the water, and then he said, "Why did you just say I lied?" And I told him, I said you were muddying the water. I didn't say you lied. I said you muddied the water. I have said he's lied before because he has lied before a lot. That's why I said you lied, because you lied.
I'm not going to entertain this right now, what you're saying now, but what? Because you're saying.
Then leave if you're not going to entertain it.
I'm talking about this, what you're trying to do right now. You're just basically trying to get me to chase my tail or whatever you're trying to do. I don't know.
I'm going to tell you what I'm going to try.
I asked you why you're telling me I'm lying.
I'll tell you what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to stop you from running your mouth for an hour straight, saying absolutely nothing. You already said that you know why Ryan Garcia was suspended. He was suspended because he did not notify the New York State Athletic Commission of medicines or supplements in violation of the general business laws of the state of New York. That's why he was suspended. And the first thing that I had you do was say that I was telling the truth when I said that. But despite the fact that I'm telling the truth, you keep wanting to argue with me about what I said, as if it's not the truth. It's almost like you say it's the truth, but it's not the truth at the same time.
Fanon, Stevie Wonder can see he wasn't taking those supplements, man. He handed it. First of all, they were open when he handed them in, and claimed that he was taking them and told them that they had aspirin in them. And then,
like I said, you are telling me that I am correct about what he was suspended for. And then you're saying that that's not what he was suspended for. It's either one or the other. Why not TV? Let me be very clear with you. Click the link or shut up. I am not going to let somebody talk over me and say a bunch of shit that's not true to me. Because that's what you want me to go to another channel for. So somebody can run off 15, 16 different lies by saying a bunch of things that are not true. And I'm not interested in it. Why would I do that? I have my own channel where I can literally pull it up myself. I am going to whoop your ass from this seat right here.
Nah, I didn't spit out anything that wasn't true, but you keep.
Yes, you did. You said he popped dirty on 5 different tests. 5 different tests. You said 5. What are the 5 tests?
He did pop dirty on 5 different tests.
What are the 5 tests?
Okay, he tested. He tested on. They tested him on the night of the fight and the night after the fight. He popped dirty on those two. Got it?
Yeah.
Okay, so they tested his B samples for those two. He popped on both of those, right?
Yep.
Okay, and so it turns out that the New York State Athletic Commission, they tested him as well, and he popped dirty on that. 5.
I don't know that.
So where's the lie?
No,
We do
I
know
don't
that.
know that. Where did you get that? Where did you get
Okay,
that?
well, it's not a lie. Well, it's not a lie. It's proven that it's not a lie.
Where did you get that he popped dirty for the New York State Athletic Commission? Bro, first of all, I can argue that that's not 4 tests. No, sir.
Y'all been running around saying that now it's not true.
Those are 3 samples. He took the same pee and put it in 2 particular vials. That was the same source of urine.
I didn't say 5 different samples. I said 5.
Stop it. That is 1 test. The test was verified by that test. So that's 1. The day after was another test. In that test, he pissed in 2 vials. And then the New York State one.
No, it's 5 tests. You lost that one for
Anyway,
I didn't say 5 different.
Let me tell you something. None of those tests are why he got suspended.
They are.
No, they're not.
All of them are. Yes, they are. Because that's how we got here. That's why he even had to have disclosed.
What did the New York State Athletic Commission suspend him for?
For not proving that he was innocent of having tested positive for PEDs.
I'm sorry, can you read? Now you're lying.
By disclosing, by failing the process, the due process is that he had to disclose.
Bro, now you're lying. Now you're lying. He was suspended for failure to disclose supplements. That's why he was suspended. That's why. Something you already said he was suspended for. Now you're lying.
So this whole thing wasn't about him popping dirty for Osterin on his test. What did he get
suspended for?
It didn't have nothing to do with these 5 tests that we talking about.
What did he get suspended for?
He got suspended for not disclosing the supplements that he was taking in order to make him come clean of this Osterin that was in his system.
I'm sorry, where does it say in this ruling anything about Osterin?
But we know Osterin. That's why I told you everything is not contained in that listing. We know that.
Does it say in this document the word Osterin?
So he wasn't.
Dude, you're giving me a headache and I got to get rid of you, bro. Okay? You guys can do all this mental masturbation that you want. You already admitted, because you know it is true, that Ryan Garcia was suspended for failure to notify medications or supplements. That's what he was suspended for. Stop trying to change the subject, okay?
Why, Dauphinan?
Why stop trying to change the subject? Because that's not the subject. Why not change the subject? Because you are trying, because it's not what we're talking about. All you're trying to do is muddy the water and make a bunch of accusations, specifically telling people what the New York State Athletic Commission, why the New York State Athletic Commission decided that, which you do not know.
That wasn't what I meant, but you throw me in the back so much. You never get a clear thought from me and never get to understand because you throw me in the back so much after I say one or two words, that how can you understand what I'm trying to tell you?
Because I
If you
can't.
never,
First of all, I can understand because you say the same thing every day. See right there how you ask me a question. How can I do that? And I want to answer the question and you keep talking. You are not going to say 9, 10, 11 things in a row and act like they're all true and come up with a conclusion. I'm never going to allow you to do that to me. Okay? You're not going to filibuster me.
Fanon, that's arrogance. You can't.
It is not an arrogance. It is a fact.
You can't see into my mind and know what I'm about to say, Fanon. You can't predict what I'm going to say every time you think I'm going to.
I bet I can. Not verbatim, but I bet I can. You're going to say that the Ostarine, that the only reason that they ever found out about these supplements is because of the positive test related to Ryan Garcia's A sample. And because Ryan was not able to successfully defend himself against the assumption that he did it intentionally, that is the reason that he had to turn in his supplements. And since he turned in the supplements, it was then. Oh, here you go. Here you go, Ty. My bad. There's a link. No, you got the link, Ty. My bad. That because he turned in the supplements, that's when they discovered that there was contamination in the supplements, or he couldn't prove that there was contamination in the supplements, one or the other. And that really, it was the reason that he got, so it was the but-for cause that he was suspended, was the fact that he popped dirty. See, you don't make a very good argument, but I can summarize it in a much better fashion than your rambling and dishonesty can do it. You're making the argument that the tests were the but-for cause of them discovering the samples. So therefore, but for the positive tests, he would not have been discovered that he took supplements that they didn't inform him of. So the but-for cause of the suspension is the positive test for Ostarine. That's your argument in a nutshell. So what I'm telling you is, I don't care, because it was the adverse finding that started the investigation. But what Ryan was punished for was the failure to disclose the supplements. You're going to do a very bad job and feel like it's really necessary to tell a bunch of stories and make up a bunch of shit in order to say something as simple as without that negative that positive, without that adverse finding, he would have never had to turn in the supplements. And since he turned in the supplements, he turned in supplements that he wasn't allowed to take, and he got suspended for that. But the but-for cause is not the charge. The charge that they suspended him for was the fact that he took supplements that they did not inform him of. You just don't make very good arguments, and you want to go all day with it. I know the structure of your argument. Now, you may not say those exact same words, but if I let you talk for the next 15 minutes, that's what it's going to come down to. Hold on a second. Ty, how can I help you?
What's up, Fanon? How you doing, man?
I'm well, sir. How are you? I'm sorry to make you wait so long. Hold on a second.
No problem with the wait. I just don't like when you say you're going to debate or make arguments or have a little debate. It doesn't really make sense to debate with people that don't know their factual evidence and they're steady looking stuff up when the evidence is right in their face. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
It really doesn't. It really doesn't, because like I said on the comments, I'm gonna read it again. It says admitting kills the rest of your arguments if you say it before all the rest of your factual evidence that you had already before. If you admit something, you can no longer go along with whatever you're trying to conquer within your arguments or with the case. So
exactly. So let me say.
So what's important? Let me say this. So what's important?
Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
If you get your information and your answer and your factual statements off before you're done talking, they're going to go off of that. If you're in court or if you're telling your lawyer everything you did wrong or you did right, you got to tell them the right, correct evidence on what's going on, so they can be able to defend you, or in court, or they can be able to how can I say this, to win your case. So that's what I'm saying. You can't just be up here talking when you don't have the paperwork on you and you're just like, you're not really making sense. Now, I like, Fanon, that you have the paperwork on you and you're showing the viewers and the channel subscribers all this information about what's really going on, and you're making great points. So I can understand what you're saying.
Yes, sir. Well, let me be clear about, and I'll let Freak, and there's another guy behind, but first of all, thank you. And I'm going to read your super chats, brother. Thank you for being a big supporter. And I'm definitely not going to not let somebody that donates like you and supports like you're up. So please excuse me for taking too much time.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Yeah. Let me respond to that just real fast.
Go ahead.
Freaking Flyer made an argument, but I keep focusing on them making poor arguments.
Okay, got that.
Because there is no argument over a fact.
Mm-hmm.
What he is arguing is, what is the justification for them choosing that?
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what we're talking about, because we have to assume that. We don't know. We've never had conversations with these people.
So what are we talking about?
Huh?
So what are we talking about? What's the point? Where we getting to?
So this is, look, this is all I said. I said Ryan Garcia. I have a premise. Ryan Garcia did not get suspended for the use of PEDs. And that's just a fact. He got suspended for not notifying them of contaminated supplements. That's just a fact.
Okay.
What Frequent Flyer is trying to argue is that the fact that there was a negative test was a contributing factor to his suspension.
Mm-hmm.
He's saying, and not saying it very clearly or succinctly at all, that if there wasn't the initial adverse finding for Ostarine, by the way, not just Ostarine, also Nandrolone,
okay,
that Ryan would have never had the investigation begin. And Ryan Garcia would not have had to defend himself against the allegations of the presumption that he did this intentionally.
right.
So it was the initial drug test or the A and B sample, whatever, that led to the investigation to begin with.
Extra and altercations, right?
Yeah, and then that it ultimately ended in him being suspended. Period. That's what he's saying. So he's saying it's a contributing factor, and it's clearly clearly it is a contributing factor.
Right.
But that doesn't address the issue. The issue is, what was he suspended for? That's like if you're speeding, right?
Right.
And you get pulled over for speeding, and they smell your car and they're like, it's full of weed.
Because that's what they're going to do.
Right. So they therefore find a gun,
weed
in your car.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then you go to jail for for possession of the substance and an unregistered firearm.
And speeding.
No, but watch this.
We're not speeding, you know what I mean?
Well, no, watch this. Watch this. If they throw out the speeding charge, what were you convicted of? You were convicted of the possession of the gun, and you were suspended for the prohibited substance.
Right, prohibited substance.
So you can't say that take speeding out of it. Just say that you didn't have registration on your car. But they ultimately found out that they just missed the registration, but it was in there. But that's the initial reason that they pulled you over.
Anyways, yeah.
And then, but then while you're doing it, you blow a big cloud of blunt smoke in the police face, and they arrest you for that. Does that mean that you got? Does that mean you got a year in a jail? You got a year in jail for your lack of having your registration? No. So that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to conflate a contributing factor with the actual punishment itself.
That's not going to go well. That's not good.
It's not going well, and he wants to talk for an hour and a half trying to do it.
That's not good. So when you say this and you say all this stuff, it's like you're trying to add more to Ryan's situation when they already pointed you the evidence out right away and saying, hey, bro, this is the problem here. So there's no other problem. This is the only problem that you're going to get. That's why I say all these YouTubers, not just saying anything about you, anything like that particular, but all these ethical YouTubers and all these unethical viewers are not understanding that they have to point out the facts. Like, say, for instance, they get their news, all these other places or whatever, and it's like it's not really contributing to the information that needs to be got instead of just what's being said. It needs to be the right information, and what needs to be got is what's been said to what's in the paperwork, not just what's on the videos, but what's on the paperwork. So when you don't have evidence of the paperwork, then you're not really talking about nothing. You're just talking. Because paperwork is black and white. So, yeah, I really appreciate you for doing your job, man. You're doing your thing, and I hope your channel go massively more because you respect it. I mean, you deserve it, and it's more respectful to see you grow. So, man, I just appreciate you guys, the viewers, for letting me have the time to talk on here, and I appreciate the ranch too, man. I really do appreciate your ranch,
man. Anytime, brother. Todd, thank you for your support, and honestly, it's the support that from people that watch that matter.
Right.
If everybody that was subscribed to the channel right now watched all the videos and they supported like you support, I wouldn't need any more subscribers, because we get a lot of subscribers that don't support for shit. The question is supporters, and so thank you for being a
guys. Make sure your subscribers and your likes are syndicate. Make sure they're syndicate. Please do look up the word if you don't know what it means. Makes it sense.
Thank you, Ty.
Right,
appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, have a good one.
Yes, sir. Hold on one second. Ill Drake, how can I help you? Yeah. Frequent flyer. Okay. So go ahead and make your argument. It's going to be exactly what I said it was.
When I said why and you cut me off, I was trying to ask you why.
No, don't ask me any questions.
For not disclosing.
Don't ask me any questions. Make your argument, and it's going to be exactly what I said it was.
Okay, so this is it right here. We know that the process, part of the process, in Ryan, defending himself, against this allegation, was for him to produce a supplement or something, to explain where this aspirin came from. And so we also know that in the rules, you must list your supplements. You have to list your supplements in order to submit a supplement. So it can't be something that you haven't already listed. And so being that he didn't already list that supplement, then, that supplement wasn't accepted as a viable defense for what he was being accused of. And thus, that was a violation. And so we know that the violation is because he was, using PEDs, but that's what ultimately spelt his demise, because he failed to disclose that he was using this supplement. But we know that he wasn't really using that supplement, man, because he said before that he wasn't using any supplements, and he didn't list that as a supplement that he was using. And now all of a sudden he comes with an open jar of a supplement that contains aspirin and says, here, this is where the aspirin came from. And so they didn't accept it. He failed at defending himself with that. And so his lawyers, I guess they have advised him to take this plea right here, and so that's what happened. It had nothing to do with what you were saying.
Can you tell me when these meetings took place that you were in on that, when you heard all of that?
Come on, man. It's public knowledge that this man popped dirty on Pete for aspirin in his tests.
No.
That's
I'm
public knowledge.
no. I'm specifically talking about the meeting that where Ryan Garcia's lawyer, Paul Green, told him that he, man, honestly, it's hard for me to even go through how that. Well, first of all, if he failed to defend himself, if he failed to successfully defend himself, then he would have been charged for that.
It ain't no if. We know he definitely did fail.
No, sir. I said if he failed to defend himself against a charge, then he would have been sentenced for that charge.
So you think he defended himself? What did he do? What did he produce that showed that it was? What did he produce that showed that he didn't cheat?
I'll let you talk for a while. Please stop talking. I'll let you get that out. Okay? I'll let you get that out. If somebody is accused of something and they are not convicted of it, then they did not fail to defend themselves from it.
But he did get convicted of
stop
it.
talking over me or I'm going to put you in the back. That is just stupid. If I try to punch you in your face and you get out of the way and it doesn't land, you defended yourself from that punch. If you are charged of a crime and you are not convicted of that crime, you defended yourself from it because you did not get hit with it.
That's why it's dumb for you to say that he didn't get.
Stop talking. You're not going to make that stupid shit make sense. You can't say that he was convicted for something he wasn't convicted for. You can't. He wasn't convicted for it. Just stop. That's stupid.
But he was, though, Fanan.
He was not convicted for it. This is fucking stupidity. You cannot say somebody was convicted of a crime that they weren't convicted for. You can't.
Why do he have to go through random testing during his suspension then?
He doesn't have to go through random testing.
Says who?
Says the New York State Athletic Commission.
Fanan, they said he had to go through random testing. And Dan Rayfield, your source, even said that in his tweet.
Now
Dan Rayfield,
now you're lying again. Stop lying. Jesus. You already went through this with your lying ass. God dang, frequent flyer. You got like fucking psychological problems. What the hell is wrong with you? I'm done, man. I got to block you forever, bro. I'm for real. God dang. Listen to this. Dig Devin Haney. No, keep doing it, Martin. I'm going to talk to myself for a second. People, no, let him do this. Because there's a lot of people out here that are going to be like, wow, this is what Devin Haney fans are. Respondent shall continue to be medically suspended until such a time that the respondent provides sufficient medical evidence demonstrating to the satisfaction of the commission that respondent is medically fit to fight. Such medical evidence must include a urinalysis that does not indicate a positive result for illegal or prohibited substances as mandated by the commission, including a negative result for anabolic agents. That is not random testing. That is, he must submit a test. So it's not random at all because he has to be the one that gets the test done. He has to. He has to provide the evidence. He has to provide the evidence. Provide sufficient evidence of a medical evidence demonstrating to the satisfaction of the commission that the respondent is medically fit to fight. Such medical evidence must include a urinalysis, that's one, that does not indicate a positive result for illegal or prohibited substances as mandated by the commission, including a negative result for anabolic steroids. So it doesn't say it in the rules, frequent flyer. It doesn't say there.
So you realized that you just realized I was right, didn't you? And you trying to figure out how you going to tell that to the audience.
No, I did not. No, I did not.
So what time is he going to take the test, Fanon? What's the schedule? What's the schedule? Do he have a schedule on when he's going to take the test?
Dude, there's no schedule for one.
It's random then, right?
It's not random.
Did Dan Rayfield not say in his tweet that it's going to be a random test?
Here's Dan Rayfield. Here's Dan Rayfield. We'll see what he said. Not that I care what he said because I read the actual instruction. Ryan Garcia suspended for 1 year, forfeits purse, false fight results overturned for failed tests in bout. Haney speaks to Fight Freaks United about it all. Sign up for my newsletter. Let's go to the Substack because I am absolutely signed up to his Substack.
You can just scroll down there. Scroll down.
Stop talking, man, please. He's wrong. Garcia will also be subject to random testing by the commission and must have had a clean.
Okay, and Dan Rayfield he's your source. So if he's wrong, then that whole document there is wrong. Then,
sir, no,
he's your source, bro.
The New York State Athletic Commission is my source. He's incorrect.
Well, he's incorrect. You got that from Dan Rayfield's stack, right? Then
sir, I got it from the fucking New York State Athletic Commission. God dang, man. You wrong.
Said you got it from Dan Rayfield.
Man, you're going to get the fuck out of my face forever.
Why? Because you mad because you're wrong?
Ryan Garcia.
Exactly.
Dude, frequent flyer, you are a lying sack of shit.
All of the stuff you just been saying that I was lying about, it turns out I was right, and now you...
No, you're not. Dan Rayfield wrote this. The New York State Athletic Commission on Thursday suspended Ryan for 1 year, and the fighter forfeited $1.1 million purse as a punishment for 2 failed drug tests of Ostarine. This is what Dan Rayfield reported. Okay? That is what Dan Rayfield reported. Unfortunately for Dan Rayfield, this is what the New York State Athletic Commission actually did. And Dan Rayfield was wrong. Because Dan Rayfield and I'm going to do this. Where did it go? This is from Dan Rayfield. This is from Dan Rayfield. I'm so sick of you people. This is Dan Rayfield's email. Dan Rayfield from Fight Freaks United. They sent this to my email. New York State Athletic Commission's consent agreement issued for Ryan Garcia's suspension. Fight Freaks United has obtained the complete document. Read it here.
From Dan Rayfield, right? And we just saw that Dan Rayfield said that in his tweet. And we also saw right there in the document that it says it in the wording, but you're
Dan Rayfield contradicts himself. This past Thursday, New York State Athletic Commission 1 year forfeited his $1 million fight purse and punishment for failed multiple drug tests. That's what he says, right? But when you read the document, what does it say? What does it say? It says, in consideration, I'm sorry. Let me not do that. Let me stay on the actual writing. The document says, respondent admits to allegations set forth herein and affirms that all allegations by the commission have been or will be rectified. Respondents failed to disclose to commission physicians all prescriptions, non-prescription medicines, or supplements taken prior to the bout. But yet here, Dan Rayfield says that he was suspended as a punishment for failing multiple drug tests for banned substance ostarine. That is not what it says right here. Dan Rayfield is wrong right there, because that is what it says in the document he provided. Now let's look at the $1.1 million purse. He says, past Thursday, the New York State Athletic formally suspended Ryan for 1 year, and the fighter forfeited his $1.1 million contract purse as punishment. What did they ask him to do? They asked him, I can't believe you're making me do this to Dan Rayfield. They asked him, in consideration, among other things, he's waiving a right to hearing. That's something Dan Rayfield didn't list. Such suspension shall include the respondents to pay a fee of $10,000. He got that right. Respondent's purse received following the bout and for his performance related hereto. So it's not just the purse, it's his back end too. Shall be declared forfeit and returned to the promoter, Golden Boy. Okay, now frequent flyer. Dan Rayfield got it. Dan Rayfield got it wrong.
He didn't though. He got it right.
Dan Rayfield, can I ask you a question? Who is the person that names the penalty? Dan Rayfield or the New York State Athletic Commission?
The New York State Athletic Commission, but they're saying
the New York State Athletic Commission say?
They said the same thing. It's the
same thing.
The language that the New York State
they never even mentioned ostarine in the report.
But we're not stupid. We know that ostarine is what they're talking about. Though.
I am not stupid. So I know.
So don't try to play stupid.
I know that Dan Rayfield wrote that report before he read that. Wrote that before he read it. And that Dan Rayfield wrote something different than is what is in the order.
Fanon, the language in that order when it talks about him taking a test is open. It's open, describing that it's going to be a random test during his suspension. But you're too dishonest to let the people.
It doesn't say multiple tests, you lying sack of shit. It literally says a urinalysis. It says a urinalysis.
Who said multiple tests?
No, it
Dan
doesn't.
Rayfield didn't say multiple tests. He said random testing.
No, Dan Rayfield said random tests.
I said random tests too.
No, it didn't.
Random. It did. It didn't say multiple. It said random testing.
No,
it says random testing.
It says it in the order. The New York State Athletic Commission's document says random.
It doesn't say multiple.
Where does it say?
It's open. Read it again because it's open. It's open and it's not telling you that. It's not telling you a date, so that means it's going to be random. It's not telling him a date. It's not telling them when he have to do it, so it's going to be a random thing. What does random mean?
Oh my God, you're a fucking idiot.
What does random mean, Fanan?
Random means you don't know when it's going to be administered.
Okay, so do you know when it's going to be administered by reading with that order right there? It's open, right?
Sir.
Stop being dishonest and let them know that it says random testing right there.
Sir.
I read court documents all the time. It's my job to know how to read court documents, so don't try to play me and act like I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm sitting right here in the courtroom right now.
Man, you're a fucking idiot.
You trying to be dishonest and tell these people that this document right here is not implying that he's going to be taking random testing. That's what you're doing.
It's not saying it at all. I'm going to read it for you. I'm going to read it word for word. I'm going to read it word for word. And you tell me where it says random. Respondent shall continue to be medically suspended until such a time that the respondent provides. Who has to give it to them? Frequent flyer. Who has to give it to him?
It says the respondent.
So who is the respondent?
The respondent is Ryan Garcia.
So who has to give it to him?
Ryan Garcia. He has to submit one.
No. Yeah, so Ryan has to give it to him. Okay.
Yeah, it means submit.
It means Ryan has to give it to him.
He has to submit one. He's not going to administer.
He has to give it to him.
It just means that
I said it means he has to give it to him.
And that means.
So you're in the back. Respondent shall continue to be medically suspended until such time. Do you know what that means? How long is he going to be suspended? How long is he going to be suspended? He's going to be suspended until he turns it in. That's how long. That's how long. His suspension does not end until he submits it.
Okay, so he can submit it.
No, sir. We're not even going to guess at this. We're going to read. Because Dan Rayfield did a very poor job of reading. Respondent shall continue to be medically suspended until such time that the respondent provides sufficient medical evidence demonstrating to the satisfaction of the commission that the resident is medically fit to fight. So when does it have to be submitted? It has to be submitted in a report one time. And it has to be before you want to fight again. If he decides to not do it for the next 2 years, he doesn't have to do it for the next 2 years. Such medical evidence must include a urinalysis.
Yeah.
What is a urinalysis? How many urinalysis is a urinalysis?
It's one.
So far, we have Ryan needing to submit to the commission one report due before his suspension ends that includes one urinalysis, which does not indicate a positive result for illegal or prohibited substances as mandated by the commission, including one negative result for anabolic agents. So that's not random. It's not random. It's not multiple. It is not a schedule over the course of a year. And this, sir, though I did not want to do this to Dan Rayfield, is Dan Rayfield not being accurate in the way he described it. Because he said it includes 1 year of random testing. That doesn't say anything about random testing. And in fact, it is only a paperwork that he has to submit, which is significant medical evidence, sufficient medical evidence demonstrating to the satisfaction of the commission. And who has to turn it in? Ryan has to give it to him. Does VADA give it to him? No. Does USADA give it to him? No. Does the New York State Athletic Commission collect it? No. Ryan must submit it. That's not random because it's only once. And it's not random, the timing, because the timing is whenever he gets to it, as long as he knows he cannot fight until they get it. So it is sometime, one report, sometime before the end of his suspension is what this says. And it must include one negative result for anabolic agents. And if we continue to read the rule, you guys disgust me. Respondent's purse received following the bout for his performance related hereto shall be declared forfeit and returned to the promoter. The next one, it shall be a no contest. The next one, failure to timely comply with all the foregoing conditions shall render in the offer set forth being null and void and shall result in new proceedings. That doesn't say anything about drug testing. The consent order here expressly represents is made. That doesn't either. Provision shall be deemed to bind. That's not that drug testing. The effective date of this order, that is not random drug testing. 10, the failure of the respondent to comply is not drug testing. The consent order, the entire agreement. Now watch this. This consent order constitutes the entire agreement between the parties and no provision of the agreement shall be deemed waived or otherwise modified except as specifically set forth in writing executed by the commission indicating the intent to modify this consent agreement. So unless there is a consent agreement, a modification to this consent agreement that includes random drug and random drug and urine testing, it's not involved in this. It is really hard work to overcome blatant fucking foolishness. Oh my God, you guys are a pain. Man, you're a pain in the ass, bro. I got to get rid of you forever. It's not in there.
They're going to test him for 9. They're going to test him. They're not going to just let him randomly go to some hole in the wall and get a test and send it into him. You think the courts are fools?
Sir,
the language in there is saying he has to submit something, but they mean they're going to test him. They're not going to let him go off somewhere in some hole in the wall lab and get tested and submit a test for them. They're going to test him. Now
you can talk to your blue in the fucking face. That 2 clauses that I showed you. One,
for now, you said something that was incorrect.
I'm going to put you in the back. I'm going to put you in the back. You can talk to your blue in the face, but the actual agreement, and I showed you 2 clauses. One was their requirement for him to submit to them medical evidence that he.
When they say to him submit, they mean they're testing him.
Sir, I'm going to put you in the back. No, they didn't. They didn't say they were testing him. You're saying that. What they said was you have to submit something that will convince us to our satisfaction.
Fanon, when we tell a person,
sir, I'm going off the letter of this shit, dude. I'm not going with your suppositions. And honestly, I didn't want to say this about Dan Rayfield because I like Dan Rayfield. Dan Rayfield wrote an article that was inaccurate. It was inaccurate. Because if he was being accurate, he would have named the actual charge that he was suspended for. And he wouldn't say random drug and urine testing because that order does not say that. It says, and I will pull it up again for anybody that does not want to be lied to. And as you can see, this is in the same article that Dan Rayfield sent out. Where it clearly says, Respondent shall continue to be medically suspended until such time that the respondent provides sufficient medical evidence. Sufficient medical evidence. That does not say random drug and urine testing. What it says was that you have to give us proof that we believe. And proof that we believe that will continue, that will also include 1 urinalysis that is clean. It doesn't say random blood and urine testing.
Well,
Can you move on?
The courts don't accept outside analysis and tests and stuff like that for people. Mean? When they say you have to submit,
they accept WADA. What do you mean? Outside testing. What do you mean? Where did it say? Do you know what this said? That this means, you fucking buffoon? I swear to God. I'm sorry. I don't want to call you buffoon, bro. I try to be polite. I really do. This right here. 11. This consent order constitutes the entire agreement of the parties, and no provision of this agreement shall be deemed or waived or otherwise modified. That means what you're asking Ryan to do. And that the only thing that the state is doing is asking him to do what is written down in this agreement, because it's the entire agreement. And you want to guess at what the commission is going to want. It does not say in this agreement that he submits to random urine testing for a year. It doesn't say that. It doesn't. It said it has to have 1 urinalysis. All right, I got to let you go, bro. I got to let you go, dog.
Nah, when they're saying he must submit something.
Seriously, man, you got to stop that shit. The fact that he has to submit the urinalysis means that they're not doing the testing. He has to find somebody to do the testing and submit it to them. That's what that means.
That's not accurate.
You write contracts.
That's not accurate, Fanon.
Do you write contracts? Do you write contracts?
You have an understanding.
Do you write contracts?
I don't have to write contracts.
Do you write contracts?
I don't have to write contracts.
Do you write laws? Do you draft legislation? Do you draft agreements?
Fanon, part of my job description is for me to understand how to interpret court documents, Fanon.
Really?
Yes, I work in the courtroom, and I've been working in the courtroom for 12 years, and I was trying to tell you that before.
So why are you doing such a pitiful job of interpreting this document? Because this document clearly says that it is only 1 urinalysis. 1. And that it has to be submitted before the suspension ends.
I'm really not doing a bad job either. You just don't understand.
No, you're doing a very bad job, because you're not even arguing about what it says. You're arguing about what they mean and what specifically they are going to accept.
Because you have
to go, bro. You gotta go. Fuck out of my face, bro. You're blocked. Fuck out of my life. The fuck out of my life, bro. If I see you again, I'm blocking you, bro. Dan Rayfield got it wrong. Dan Rayfield got it wrong. Because what he said at the top is not what it said at the bottom. What Dan Rayfield said at the top was not what the document said when you read it. No, I mean, for real, because I like to go through this stuff in great detail. I wanted to know, did Dan Rayfield say that? Dan Rayfield said it. Dan Rayfield is dead wrong. Because he just didn't read it. Hey, Sheena said, dropping a cinco. Oh my God, Fanon. Thank you. Thank you, sister. This is 2 hours ago, Sheena. My bad. Man, one more caller with somebody got some goddamn sense. I can't believe this is what we do in this world, bro. Dan Rayfield said he has to have random drug and urine testing. But at the end of the article, it clearly says that it doesn't call for that. He said that he was suspended for the tests. But the document never even mentions Ostarine. It says a adverse finding in the area that talks about the facts. And then in the actual, unless you're saying that he didn't notify him that he had Ostarine in his system. But Ostarine is a chemical. It's not a medication. And it's not a supplement. No, I mean, Dan Rayfield just got it wrong. I ain't tripping on it. Hey, thank you, Jameson Children. Say just showing some love. Thank you, brother. That is so wild. I didn't want to do that to Dan Rayfield. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't want to do it to him. Hey, said, when's your birthday? The way I debate, my husband calls. Hey, thank you, Ms. Gun Guru calls, whatever. When your birthday calls, Miss Fanon. I mean, my God. It never said random drug and urine testing. Whoever, I don't even know why Dan Rayfield would write that shit. The stenographer is getting confident. Like, what is that? All right, one more link and then I'm out. Because I'm up here for 4 hours and I so appreciate you guys. Thank y'all, man. Thank y'all so much for chopping it up with me. Friggin' Flyer, bro, you got to be gone for a while. Hey, thank you. I know what you did. Cinco on your boy. Hold on one second. Ty said, oh, I'm sorry. AJ said Conti never created THG. He bought it from a chemist who changed the structure of the compound, then sold it off. That's specialized experience. I see you, $1 million. Ty says, my God, man. Oh, my God. Fanon in his bag this morning when his opponent gets paid Friday. It's not here yet. Take it easy, Fanon, on him. I mean, for real, man. Come on, man. Can we not do this shit? Friggin' Flyer's name is Muddy Duddy. Dookie Stain. Oh, wow, that's rough. Hey, my guy, LeVar said Martin, the commissioner, could come up here and say you're 100% right, and Frequent Flyers lying ass would say he's wrong. This grown man just worships this 25-year-old kid so bad, it's sad. All freaking does is lie. I mean, God dog, man. It's like it clearly says it does not call from random testing. I don't know what I would do. Like, imagine you're talking to somebody and you're like, man, what do I need to satisfy my the conditions of my parole? And I'm looking at the actual order that the judge gives me. Or I got to look at a news article that Dan Rayfield wrote. Which one do you think is going to get you out of suspension? That's dude, these boxing journalists constantly calling people mandatories when they're not mandatories. Now you're saying somebody got suspended for this when they didn't get suspended for that. You could say that they got suspended for a charge that was a result of his positive test. Anyway, man, but like I said, they're journalists, they're not lawyers, so, whatever. I'm not really tripping. But, dude, you got to be really, really specific. Oh, don't worry about being specific. Ty said, hey, thank you, brother. If your argument is long and you lie and you don't know what you say, you don't Stay on subject. Stop with the extra. My God, he's terrible. Ty said, when you add things that don't apply to your lie. Ty said, hey, just lost Avery, frequentindeed.com. Man, he's terrible, bro. GM said, Devin, the free streams, Haney, not 5'9", 72 and a 32. Oh, 5'9", 72-inch reach, inch vertical from Henderson, Nevada, formerly undisputed, 2-division champion, 12-time ducked, cheat by Ryan Garcia, son of a 40 mil bill is what they call him. Shout out to Dean. Man, thank you, brother, for y'all support, man. The Million Mile Man. What's up, brother?
What's up for now? How's it going, bro?
Man, I almost blew a gasket on that guy. I was trying not to.
I mean, you did all you could, brother. You've been going over this the last 2 or 3 days, man. And I mean, I don't know how he doesn't understand it, but it's like I think he only calls just to get on your nerves, because he cannot say he doesn't understand that and say that he reads court documents. It makes no sense. But I just wanted to say that Frank Martin fought a guy that it's only been 3 times that boxers have been caught with bad urine, and all 3 of the fights, the person who didn't get caught with bad urine won the fight still. So Frank Martin had one, and he still won the fight with the dude that was on. So I can't remember the name of. He still won the fight, had nothing to do with it. But I sent you Instagram yesterday where your boy said he wants it back in blood now.
Oh, yeah. Get it back in blood. I'm okay with that.
Oh, yeah. It should have been that way from the get-go. I mean, you're not going to say what happened. And, I mean, they're pushing it. All of this is making it worse than it had to be. All he had to do was say, let's fight again. That was his little slogan, right? They say everything except for let's fight. So I don't know, bro. You got good patience, man.
Man, look, dude, if I say something, I'm willing to talk about what we talking about. But at the end of the day, bro, that dude already admitted that is what he got suspended for.
Right.
So to point to Dan Rayfield saying something other than what he already admitted, look, I'm telling you, man, it's amazing. But he does display every stupid possible argument that you could possibly have and get you completely prepared for the next dude. He's good for that.
Definitely. Because he brings up
Yes, sir. But thank you, brother. Thank you, Million Mile Man.
All right, bro. Take it easy.
All right, you got anything else?
I just didn't understand how, like I've said it a couple of times, man. Alicia Bumgarner didn't go through none of this at all. And when I went back and looked up these different fighters that had that situation, that situation was way worse than Ryan's. They had stuff in their system that would have enhanced their performance, but it didn't. I didn't see Frank Martin running around here crying about nothing, but he did beat the dude up though. But
Yeah.
I just
he
don't
did.
understand. If you say you the man, you come back and fight. Leonard and them, Sugar Ray and them didn't cry. Hearns and them didn't cry. None of them cried like that. If they got beat, they fought him again. He said he was a throwback fighter. So
that's what he says.
He said he was throwback. But like you said,
I don't know about all that. Hey, it is. Yeah. Hey.
Where I'm from in Atlanta, if you go back and do all of that talking and telling, it is snitching.
He said he's got to pay him all the money he lost. I still don't get what money he lost, but okay, it's all right, man. It is what it is. Like, what money you lose?
Exactly.
Dude, you weren't going to do. Man, they said the fight. He's like, man, what money that I didn't pay you? Anyway, all right, bro. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, sir.
All right, bro.
All right, man. Get back, man.
Later.
All right. What's up, Crown?
What's going on, Fanon? Salute.
Salute
Man,
to you, sir.
I had a vein popping out of my head while you was going back and forth with him, man. I was hot, yelling at the screen. Man, I don't. You keep saying you work in a courthouse, but your comprehension level is second grade. I don't get it. I just don't
Dude,
get it, bro.
Nah, man. Look. He comprehends. He's just lying. That's why I tell him. That's why I told him. What was he suspended for? And he said he was suspended for failure to notify. I said, okay, so I'm telling the truth, right? Yeah, he said, yeah, you're telling the truth. And then he proceeded for the next 40 minutes to argue that I wasn't telling the truth. I have him read what every word means in the portion that discuss the drug test, the testing that he needs. In there, he said he understood every word, but then he said that's what it says, but then he turns around and says that's not what that says. So he knows what it says. He just starts lying and trying to muddy the water and say, hey, man, that's not really it, even though you already admitted that was it. So it's like, I mean, dude, I think the dude got a real issue, bro. I ain't freeing freaking flyer T Orlando. And shame on you. T Orlando. T Orlando.
T Orlando crazy.
Hey, T Orlando. Hey, I heard T Orlando advised his client to listen to what Roland Martin, he said that he advised his client to ignore the judge's ruling and make his decisions based off Roland Martin's description. Ain't that what you did, T Orlando? Hey, T Orlando, wouldn't you do that? Who would you advise Ryan Garcia to listen to? The commission report or Dan Rayfield's the commission's consent order, or
Bowling ball rolling,
or Dan Rayfield? Who I heard you told them to listen to Dan Rayfield. Hate bowling ball, Martin. What is that? I heard you that they're not going off the Supreme Court decisions. They're going off Roland Martin's description of it. Man, I ain't freeing your Muslim brother. I'm done with that shit. I can't do that no more. Anyway, keep going, Crown.
Hey, man, man. Oh man, I was about to pop a vein in my head, man. He's just frustrated. And I don't know what it is or what is he trying to accomplish? But bro, just let it go. Let it go. That's first. And I just wanted to say have a good day for now.
Thank you, man.
Salute to the rest of the chat. And that's it. That's all I got, really.
I appreciate you, Crown. Thank you, man, for being a good conversation.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry, LeVar. Let me back up, LeVar. Oh, Martin, the commissioner could come up here and say you're 100% right, and freaking Flyers lying ass will say he's wrong. Grown man worships these 25-year-olds, so it's bad. So bad it's sad. Also, frequent Flyer is due to lie. Man, dog, let me tell you something, man. Ain't nobody perfect, bro. Ain't nobody perfect, man. Ain't nobody perfect. That's why I had to read this stupid decision like 15 times. It's Islamophobia. Is that what it is? Hey, thank you, LeVar. Let me see something real quick, man. I just don't appreciate people lying to make their arguments. Stick with the facts in case in the court order. Don't add your emotions to it. I mean, for real, we literally see. And I mean, I didn't even want to do this to Dan Rayfield. I'm trying to be friends with Dan Rayfield. I really am. I was just ignoring it. But if you make me read it and say, okay, what did Dan say? Dan did say this. He did write that. I have to assume that he wrote that before he actually read the actual decision. Because what he said is not reflected in the document. It's an incomplete understanding of the document. And it's filled with assumptions. Bill and Ryan was just on Mill City, said the trainer he brought in to lose weight gave him the supplements. Guess that kills the sabotage conspiracy? What do you mean? What sabotage conspiracy? Ryan and Bill was on Mill City, said the trainer he bought in to lose weight gave him supplements. Guess that kills the sabotage. What's a sabotage conspiracy? I don't understand. What is that? What is the sabotage conspiracy? What's the sabotage conspiracy? What is that on? Oh yeah, that's Instagram. Yeah, I don't know what the Yeah, I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that is. What that is. You'd have to let me know what that is. That who sabotaged who? I don't know. I just don't know. They are saying or rumors that the Haneys tainted the supplements. I mean, I have no reason to believe that they tainted his supplements. Oh, yeah, I don't have any reason to think that they tainted the supplements. There's no reason for me to believe that. I don't know if it kills it, though. Because let me tell you, ain't nothing going to kill nothing if somebody is. Let me tell you something, man. I mean, Alicia, I don't mean to call you a man, but look, as you just witnessed through Frequent Flyer, people, you can tell somebody anything and somebody's going to keep going. Unless there's some agreement outside of that document that rests outside of the total agreement. And I don't know why. Anyway. But no, I mean, he said he may have got, who knows? They may argue, oh, this guy gave me the supplements and he got them from Victor Conti and he was in league with Victor. I mean, who knows, man? They'll come up with anything. I don't have any reason whatsoever to believe that. I'm not freeing that dude T. Orlando until you get up here and argue with his ass. Frequent. Hey, Frequent, I'll free him. I'll free him if you get up here and argue with him. If you do it. If you get up here and argue with Boxing Hacker. If you get up here and argue with Boxing Hacker, I'll do it with you. I'll do it with you. Other than that, I can't fuck with it. Not at least for a couple of days. He can come back in another day. Commonwealth logic. That man said it's the Commonwealth. He said it's different because it's the Commonwealth. Hey, so you get rid of what? Hey, man, okay. If Boxing Hacker jumps up here, nah, man, I like Frequent Flyer. Frequent Flyer makes you sharpen your knives, dog. I even gave the dude a better argument than the one he had. Dumbass argument that dude made. Man, let me tell you something. T. Orlando ain't got time for that shit. I refuse. T. Orlando ain't got no time for that. You get, hell no. I will not allow T. Orlando to do that. I will banish T. Orlando if he waste his time with that shit. I promise you I will. He's not allowed to have an argument that stupid. You know what I mean? Like, no joke. I appreciate that young man. I appreciate that young man and the things that he's trying to accomplish in his life, dog. I refuse, man. I'll be the victim. OG freaking Flyer is the lawyer to Haney's. Oh, he's terrible. I don't understand why I can't use what we read. But anyway, you know what it is. Anyway, you know what it is. Man, I want to take a break today, man, and do dumb shit today. I want to take a break and do dumb shit today. But I don't think I will. I think I'll avoid the dumb shit today. Last day at my firm tomorrow, I'm going to have time. Okay. Why you switch? Oh, anyway, hey, man, tell me offline what that is, man. You switching up? Oh, that's what's up. I mean, yeah, when you get time, man, do it. Fanon, you must have been a lawyer because you got argument skills. I am by training, I've been known to do that. I've been known to do that. I don't need freaking Flyer to read me shit. Oh my God. No joke. Yeah. Dude, I know you look, man, you got to read. Look, man, reading contracts and reading legislation and all that, you have to understand that language is very specific. People say in legalese, but it's written very tightly. Like journalists don't write nearly as tightly as lawyers write. They don't write nearly as tightly. Their writing is very loose. And because it's so loose, no, I'm telling you, man, it's very, very loose with it. And you can't be loose with it. Hey, how would you describe that to Orlando? Like, it's extremely literal. You have to be extremely, extremely literal. Not the context. You have to actually understand the exact meaning of every word. And it's not a context thing. It literally is the exact meaning of the word. When you start making assumptions that are not supported by the language, you run into problems, really big problems. So take, for example, what Dan Rayfield said. When he said it calls for random drug testing, right? Now, let's just assume that he got that from Devin Haney's, say he got that from his source. And his source says that's what it calls for. But when you actually get that in front of in court and they read it, and you start arguing about the meaning of that, Ryan Garcia could very easily say, you did not ask for random blood in urine. You didn't ask for random testing. You asked for me to submit to you a single medical evaluation that included a single urinalysis that was clean of banned substances, including anabolic agents. That is literally what you asked me for. So you can't now just show up at my house and say, hey, Vada showed up to the house, take this test. Because that's not what you required me to do. Now, if you want to negotiate with me to amend it and say that it must include random blood and urine testing or random urine testing administered by a agent approved by or named by the New York State Athletic Commission, you have to actually have that in there. because you have below something that says this is the entire agreement. So, and this is an entire agreement not only for Ryan, it's an entire agreement for the state. They can't add extra stuff to it unless they expressly add an amendment to it. And guess what? To add an amendment to it, you're going to have sign off for Ryan to consent to the addition. So did Dan Rayfield have plain meaning? That is the very plain meaning of it. That is the only reasonable interpretation that a person that would sitting in the seat of Ryan Garcia could have had. When you say A, your analysis is your analysis. That is your analysis. And it has to be demonstrated to the satisfaction of the commission, which means if the commission is not satisfied, then they can ask you, hey, you got to do something better. I don't trust this test. I don't trust this report from your psychological. There may be a psychological evaluation included in that. He said, no, I need a psychological advantage. I need a psychological evaluation of it. For nine, maybe Dan Rayfield was given misinformation so everybody wouldn't know that Ryan stole him. I don't know. I'm not going to put any nefarious plans on him. Look, man, like I said, man, that's why you got to hire lawyers. That's why you have to hire lawyers. That's why you don't hire journalists to write your contracts for you. And guess what? A regulation is not much different than a contract. It's really not much different. But anyway. And there's no such thing as a regular champion. And you're not the mandatory just because you're in the number one position either. And a plea deal is still what you got, what you got convicted for. If that's the plea deal, it's still a deal. You know what I mean? Man, that advice. Now, did he get away with it? Oh, yeah. He may have got away with it. And I still need to know. How you can fail to defend yourself something from a conviction that you did not receive. How can you be convicted for something that you didn't get convicted for? Hey, man, Fanon, that with everything said today, Haney still got his ass whipped. Bad, Ye did. Ye did. But all right, man, I'm gonna bounce out of here, man, and say thank you to everybody. I think we beat this horse dead over the last couple of days. And I'm not gonna talk about this tomorrow. I'm done. I wouldn't have talked about it today. Listen, Craig said thoughts on Catterall program. I got Catterall in a robbery. I got Catterall in a robbery. I think everybody's going to walk out of there thinking that Regis Prograis won the fight, but Catterall's going to get the decision. That's what I think. In a southpaw matchup. I think that Regis Prograis needs a knockout to win against Catterall. That's what I think. Hey, thanks, hands down. And by the way, hands down, thank you very much for your acknowledgement that I'm not judgmental. I really did appreciate what you said about that, about you saying, hey, man, Fanon is not judgmental, because I'm not judgmental. I'm really not. Devin Haney is the content that keeps giving. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Frequent flyer is really content that keeps giving. I just kind of lost control after a second there. I was like, man, if you don't stop this shit. Well, Dan Rayfield said it. First of all, I had to verify whether or not Dan Rayfield said it. So I look and see what Dan Rayfield said, because honestly, man, I like Dan Rayfield. I think he does a good job. I really do. But what Dan Rayfield said at the beginning of that article is not what is said in the order. It's just not what it's not what it said. And I'm not going to apply any maliciousness to it. I'm not. Because I have to explain to people all the time what words mean. Nah, that's not what that means. No, that's not what that means. He could have had an inside source said, "Hey man, what's the penalty?" Oh man, I heard that Ryan had got suspended. He had to pay $1 million. Now, where did he get the $1 million from? He didn't get the $1 million from that report. He had to get the $1 million from somebody else. So maybe that's where he got the needing to random testing stuff from too. Fanon, I got a ticket for an illegal U-turn and they gave me a lesser charge. Yeah, so you did not get convicted for an illegal U-turn. You got convicted of the lesser charge. There you go. See what I mean? Marcus E., you got a ticket for illegal U-turn. Were you convicted of an illegal U-turn? And I will ask that question. I need the answer, please, Marcus E. Were you convicted? Do you have an illegal turn on your record? No. So therefore, nobody can say that you were convicted for an illegal U-turn. There you go. Very simple, very straightforward. Whatever you have on your record is what you have on your record, and that's just the fact. You know what I mean? At least that's how I think. I can't speak for the rest of y'all, man. But I'm telling you, there would be a lot less you'd be a lot less easy to take advantage of if that's how you thought. No, pleading to a lesser charge does not erase a conviction. You're stating that incorrectly. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. Stop. All right, sorry about that. No, you plea a lesser charge. No, it doesn't erase the conviction because you never got erased it. You never got convicted for it. I'm sorry, I'm a very literal person, man. I'm very literal. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, man, I'm out of here. Much love to everybody in the chat, everybody in the super chat. Thank y'all for staying with me so long. And with that, I'm out. Deuces.